Ja, okej.
Hello. Yeah, this is sweet. We're all looking.
¿Te vas a sacar fotos?
Está bien.
Aprovecha y...
Finalmente los comunistas con las familias. Finalmente entendieron. No me digas eso.
Para mí es una lucha de clase.
Yo soy muy vieja a esa historia.
Pero es de clase. Es una lucha de clase.
Okay, I think we're ready to start. En liten påminnelse, om ni vill ha översättning från engelska till svenska så tar man en liten mackapär här borta. Man tar de ser ut, det finns en liten rosa grej och sen så finns det ett litet headset ovanpå som man sätter in längst uppe där det står ear. Det är väldigt viktigt. Och så finns det ett nummer. Så då skriver man sitt nummer så som de andra har skrivit och sitt namn och sitt telefonnummer. Och då är det så att detta kommer simultan tolkas av våra grymma tolkar här bak. Och det är även, and the same thing goes, I'm going to take it in English now, there's going to be translation happening at the same time as people are talking. So you can take one of these. The entire event, the event will be in English, but if there's a question from the audience, for example, in Swedish, you can take one of these and get it translated to English as well. And then you take one of these, there's a number on it as well. You write the number, your name, and then you're good. And I need to stand here so that I'm not blocking the camera. Okay, thank you. There's bathrooms over there, there's fika and coffee, there's a long day, and I'm really happy that there's so many people here. It's amazing. The ventilation is probably doesn't fit how many people we are in here. So we're gonna make use of the breaks that we have. We have a schedule that we've put up in different parts of the place. It's also in the event. We're gonna have a break after Ramon has his part of the program. Please use the breaks wisely. We all take care of ourselves. You gotta do what you gotta do during the event, of course, but let's try to minimize walking in and out as much as possible because we have a lot of things to do today. And we're running a little bit behind, but that's okay. No?
Stäng av mobilerna.
Oh yeah, that's a really good point. And maybe put silent on your phone so that we don't disturb anyone. We can make sure. Yes, Erike? You can take pictures during the event, that's okay. It's also being live streamed, so if you have any friends or family that wants to come, but there might not be space, it's also being live streamed from Feministerna's social media on YouTube. So you can go into the events. There's a Facebook event where you can go in, and the link to the YouTube live stream is up there. Perfect. But lovely to see you all. Before we start, I'm going to invite up both Smilla from Kommunistiska partiet, Feministerna here in Malmö, and Soledad to kind of give a little bit of a background as to why we're hosting this event. So welcome up.
Ja, hejsan allihopa. Vi kommer ta inledningen på svenska. Jag tänkte bara börja med, innan jag inleder, att säga, nu blir det mycket om det här, att vi kommer sälja såna här pins där det står Hands of Venezuela eller Yankee Go Home. Kostar 30 kronor och pengarna kommer gå till Feministerna och Kommunisternas Malmös valfond. Vi kommer nämligen ställa upp i kommunvalet ihop. Yeah. Vi har idag i Sverige en politisk kontext där vårt land är på väg med stormsteg in i fascismen. I denna kontext så ser vi att en stor del av vänstern, om vi nu ska kalla Socialdemokraterna för vänster, istället för att radikalisera sig och formera sig som ett tydligt antifascistiskt motstånd, gör tvärtom. Går mot mitten och högerut. Senaste exemplet, en medlöpande vänster som öppnar upp för en översyn av tillbakadragandet av medborgarskap när det gäller brott som allvarligt kan skada Sveriges vitala intressen, vilket försvaras med gängkriminalitet. Vi vet alla att det inte kommer att stoppa där. Är du beredd på att sätta fotboja på en 6-åring så är du beredd på att dra tillbaka medborgarskapet för den 6-åringens hela familj för att kunna deportera dem. Detta är fascistiska politiska förslag och avslöjar kapitalismens våldsamma drag. Är du beredd på att stötta brott mot mänskligheten genom att utesluta och demonisera dem som kämpar mot folkmord, så är du en bidragande faktor till fascismens utbredning och är allt annat än vänster.
Så, för att citera Gramsci, och jag ber om ursäkt för min röst idag, så ser vi monstren födas i detta dunkel. Men de har inte vunnit, och de kommer inte vinna om vi organiserar oss och gör radikalt motstånd. Detta är en sanning. Denna dödscivilisation vi lever under, ja, och detta är en term som för många här inne kanske är ny. Men i slutet av den här dagen så kommer vi alla att ha fått bekanta oss med den, förstått den och förhoppningsvis också tagit oss till oss. Denna dödscivilisation lär oss individualism, att isolera oss, att konkurrera med varandra. Vi vet att motgiftet och motståndet är att bilda community, comunidad, gemenskap. Det vill säga att ena oss och samla motståndet. Denna dag är vår inbjudan till oss alla att anta vår tids största utmaning, Det är hög tid att störta dödscivilisationen. Och vi står inte ensamma i detta. Vi ser hur folken över hela världen reser sig. Vi har arvet av sekler av kamp i våra kroppar. Vi har våra förföräldrar med oss. Vi har elden i blodet. Och vi har vår värdiga vrede. No pasarán!
Thank you to Soledad and Smila. With the background of this, we're not just here to listen to you speak. We're here out of necessity. We're here because we are all too familiar with the colonial violence that affects so many of us today. And we need to build the tools to dismantle and to build other worlds that where we can live in dignity. So I think with that being said, I'm going to present, I'm sure you all know who is sitting in front of you, but I'm going to present you as well. We have Katya Colmenares, who is an author, doctor in political philosophy, decolonial Marxist, and philosopher of liberation from Mexico. We have Houria Bouteldja, French-Algerian activist, author focusing on anti-imperialism and anti-Muslim racism, founder of Partiet Indigène de la République, sorry, my French is not very good, in France. And Ramón Grosfoguel, who is a Puerto Rican activist, author, and professor at the Department of Ethnic Studies at University of California in Berkeley. We're also later going to have a panel with decolonial movements or movements in Sweden that fight to fight against and creates resistance to the colonial world that we live in. Partly we have Folkets Röst here. We have we also have Svensk-Kubanska föreningen. We have Latinos for Palestine. And we're probably going to have BDS Sweden. And with that being said, I'd like to welcome Ramon, actually, to start his part of the program. We're going to have a break after we're done. When Ramon is done with his part of the program, we're also going to have time for questions, and we're going to have time for questions after each one of your parts of the program. And we're gonna, if there's anyone that has a question in Swedish, we're gonna use these little earpieces to have the translators translate it for you. Yeah. So you can start. Thank you, Ramon.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me begin by saying, first, thank you for the organizers for the invitation. Thank you for all of you to be here Saturday morning. I'm sure that you have been doing many things during the week, and taking time off on a Saturday morning is not an easy thing to do, so thank you for being here. I want to say a few things very fast to clarify things. First, we're not anti-Marxists, okay? Let me clarify this from the beginning, okay? We are decolonial Marxists. We're critical of Eurocentric Marxism, okay? That unfortunately, there is a Marx unknown, okay, unknown for most Marxists, because Marx had more than 150 volumes that were never published in German. Recently, they began to publish in Mega, the center where they have in Berlin all the unpublished works of Marx recently. And what is amazing is that we have our philosopher of liberation of Latin America, Enrique Dussel, discovered this unknown Marx in the archives. a Marx that is decolonial, a Marx that is seeing the Eurocentrism of his own thought the last 25 years of his life, okay? That was never published, okay? By Eurocentric Marxism of the 20th century. Most Marxists of 20th century never read those volumes of Marx, never knew them. Very few managed to get some articles here and there, but fortunately for us Latin Americans, we have a philosopher of Latin America going to the archives and discovering this unknown Marx and publishing 5 volumes, 6 volumes in Spanish about it, okay? Only 1 volume, I believe, has been translated into English by Edinburgh University Press, which is, the title is Towards an Unknown Marx. That's only 1 volume, but he has like another, 5, 6, 7 volumes, something like that, in Spanish, okay, already published. So I want to clarify this. We are very critical of the Eurocentric Marxism. We are not anti-Marx or anti-Marxist. We are for a decolonial Marx, okay? Because there is a Marx there that is decolonial, that is unknown, unfortunately. And this is what Katya Colmenares is going to be talking today, okay? Second thing, we're not postmodernists. We think postmodernism is a Eurocentric critique of Eurocentrism. Okay? So we're not postmodernists. Okay? We have, in a sense, we think that we need to address the structures of domination of the system. Okay? And we have thought about a strategy of liberation inside imperialist Europe. And that's going to be presented by Houria Bouteldja here. Okay? What kind of strategy, alliances, we need to do inside imperialist Europe today to fight fascism, okay? To fight the system. She has a book that has been published in English. Rednecks and Barbarians is the title. It's published by Pluto Press, the translation to English in London. Okay, those of you interested. She's going to present on this question, how to fight the system. And then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to present what is racism, because I think there is a lot of misunderstanding about this. We use the term, but we don't mean the same thing. And many times we go into discussions and debates that become like, how can I say, like very confusing, because we use the term meaning different things. And I think I want to begin by presenting this so that you know what we mean by it. You don't have to agree. You don't have to agree with what we mean by it, but at least you know what we mean by it. And instead of discussing without, thinking that, having debates that suddenly we don't know why we are disagreeing, you see? Because we think we're using the term in the same way. It's not the same way. So this is what I want to clarify. In decolonial circles, we have a different definition of racism that is different from mainstream or from other perspectives, And so this is what I'm going to present today. But 4th point is that what we're going to give you today is like the tip of the iceberg, if you want to put it this way. There's a lot to, behind everything we're saying here that we cannot cover, okay? We cannot cover it because for lack of time. However, we're organizing a seminar, okay, for activists, militants, okay, from Sweden in Granada, the first weekend of April. Okay, that's, I believe, is holidays, because it's from the Thursday 2nd to Sunday 5th, and I believe it's Holy Week, something like this, where there are holidays for many people that can come, so we put it that day to facilitate people to come. There, we're going to go in depth into issues that we cannot cover here in 2 days or in 1 day. Okay, so just to clarify this thing, there's more to what we're going to be saying today. We're just giving you like a very brief introduction. There's a group of you, a small group of you who came to Granada to take our seminar there, and you know what we mean, because we cover many areas of decolonial thought, okay, that is impossible to do here in one day. Okay, so let me begin by what I'm going to discuss is what do we mean by racism, okay? Many times we use this term and we think we mean the same thing. And then after a while, we suddenly began discussing and having like debates, because thinking that we mean the same thing, but there's something there that we don't agree. But we don't know why we don't agree. Well, the reason we don't agree is because we have a different definition. But many times we think that the disagreement is elsewhere, okay, when in fact it's just as simple as that the definition is different. So let me begin by saying what racism is not, okay? What racism is not. The first thing we need to understand is that in liberal societies, when we mention the word racism, we always think of racism as something that has to do with prejudice of stereotypes. Okay, that's the way we define racism in liberal societies, especially in the imperial world. Okay, racism is, you know, people who have crazy ideas about other people, you know, like prejudice or stereotypes, and you know what they need is education, you know, because they don't, you know, they really don't know this other culture and they don't know these people. So the solution should be more education, you see? And then you go and do the education and the problem continues, you see? Because it's not about that. This is the problem. When we say racism, we're not talking about just prejudice and stereotype. That's not enough, okay? And I will explain why. So, racism is, for us, structural. It's a structural domination. It's material, to use the Marxist term. It's material. It's not something ideological. It's something that is embedded in the structures of the system. Some people have theorized this, especially black Marxists, as racial capitalism, okay? Other people have used other terms, you know, like coloniality of power, okay? So there are many ways of naming this, but the important thing is that we're thinking of racism not as a prejudice or stereotype or just an ideology. We're thinking of it as a material structural domination that is an organizing principle of the political economy. It's an organizing principle of the division of labor. It's an organizing principle of capitalist accumulation at a world scale. Okay? It assigns racism is organizes capital. It's not a superstructure. It's an organizing principle from within of the capitalist division of labor, okay? Of the international division of labor. Okay, so racism is in a sense constitutive of capitalist accumulation. It organizes who does what and how much you earn for what you do. It organizes who does what and how much you earn for what you do. So it's an organizing principle, it's material organizing principle of the political economy. Okay, here we begin to, like, you know, putting the question in a different way than traditional Eurocentric Marxists, who see racism as some kind of epiphenomenon, superstructure, you see, of the political economy. And they don't see that, no, racism is not derivative of the political economy. It's constitutive from within of the political economy. You see the difference here? Different emphasis here, okay? And so what we're doing is a decolonial term. That's why we talk about decolonial Marxism, okay? Decolonial Marx, because we're taking a different perspective from 20th century Eurocentric Marxism in relation to many things, okay? Not just racism, many other things, but I'm just trying to clarify this thing. I will give you a few examples to see if we understand each other when we say that racism is structural, okay? Okay, when, let's say the police, when the police goes to certain neighborhoods, okay, they go many times without their badges, without their identities, hiding their identities, with their guns out when they step out of the cars, okay, or with their baton out to hit anybody in front of them, okay. They go to certain neighborhood and their attitude is already violent. They don't ask, before they intervene, okay, what's happening here? They don't come and knock the door. What's going on here? This is my name. No, they go and destroy the door, or they go in violent ways to these neighborhoods. There are other neighborhoods that will never dare to do that. They will go and knock the door, keep their guns here, you see, identify themselves with their IDs, okay? So look at the different behavior depending on which community they go, okay? Now, if you do the prejudice stereotype test to many of the police intervening in violent ways in communities that are considered communities of inferiorized racial subjects, okay? You do the prejudice test, and many times the police will come out with good grades, okay? And those who didn't come out with good grades, you put them into a training for 6 months, 1 year. They come back and they will do the same thing. They will destroy the door, come out with guns. You see, because the problem is institutional practices. That is, the police behave institutionally. Policemen receive orders in how they behave in certain neighborhoods. Okay? And those orders are institutional policies. This is not that you could have all the police having the training, coming out with good grades from the prejudice or from the stereotype test, and still the police, those same policemen, when they enter certain neighborhood, they come in a violent way. Because these are instructions they receive. These are institutional practices that are beyond the individual view that the policemen might have of the community, okay? So these are, the problem is that we turn racism into individual reductionist thing. Oh, racism is about people with bad ideas, with prejudice, that, they have this crazy idea about this other group, and we tend to think that the police is behaving this way because they are individual bad apples. But the problem is not that they're individual bad apples, it's that the institution is already a bad apple. You see the difference? The institution is already podrido, ¿cómo dice?
Rotten.
Rotten. The institution is already rotten. It's a bad apple. The institution itself, you see, the policies of the state are already rotten. You see the point? So this is why we need to make a distinction between the liberal definition of racism and the institutional racist definition. okay? Because it has consequences. Because, for example, in the liberal one, if it's a problem about bad apples, usually in the liberal one, it's okay, there are people with prejudice, stereotypes, they're ignorant, they need education, let's give them a training. Then after 1 year, they come back, they pass with high marks, high grades, the prejudice test. But they come back and do the same thing because it's not about their individual decision, it's about the institutional decision of how they behave in certain neighborhoods. They receive orders. You see the point? So if you put the causation of the problem in individual bad apples that have prejudice, stereotype about other groups, and you put the causation of racism there, the solution consequently will be, okay, we need to educate these people, okay? But what happens is that if you put the causation in the wrong place, you're going to come up with the wrong solutions. Because you put the causation in individual bad apples that need education, take them out of their ignorance, so they have a different view of these other people, a positive view or whatever, as if that would change anything. And the problem is that it doesn't change anything. They just come back and do the same thing, because the problem is not the individual bad apple, the problem is the institution of the police is already a rotten institution, it's already bad apple. That's the problem. So what we need to change if you define racism as institutional, is the institutions. That's what we need to transform. The structures, the policies, the institutional practices of the institution. If you don't change the structures of the system, you're not going to change anything. You see? You're going to put the causation in the wrong place, you're going to put the wrong policies, and racism will continue. Okay? Because racism is not about individual views. It's about institutional practices, views, policies, etc. Get the point? So that's an important first moment of the distinction, okay? I'll give you another example. If you go to, I have worked about westernized universities. Okay, I have worked about westernized universities. In westernized universities, I don't have time to develop this here, but in YouTube you can see many of my lectures on this, where I talk about how westernized universities, what you read in the disciplines, is white man of 5 countries. Okay? When you read in the discipline, white man of 5 countries, you're reading a French man, a German man, a British man, okay? An American man, and secondarily, an Italian man. Okay? Once in a while, there might be a Swedish man, or a Dutch man, but the fundamental canon of thought of westernized universities is white man of these 5 countries: France, Germany, UK, USA, and Italy. Okay, this is, if you go by discipline, the names change by discipline, but not the origin of these males. You will find the French man in anthropology, the French man in sociology, in political science. The names change by discipline, but it's always a French man, a German man, a British man, an American, and an Italian man. Women are not there. Okay? Women are out of the question. Okay? I don't have the time to develop this here, but this is one of the issues, the topics we're going to develop in Granada to explain, these structures of knowledge, where they're coming from, because my thesis is that they're coming from 4 genocide epistemicides of the long 16th century. They come from the conquest of Al-Andalus, that part of Iberian Peninsula belonged to Islamic civilization. They come from the conquest of the Americas, they come from the conquest of Africa, and they come from the conquest of women in Europe, burned alive, accused of being witches. These are the 4 genocide epistemicides of the long 16th century, 1450, 1650. that are constitutive of modern epistemology. I'm throwing ideas here that I'm not explaining or developing, okay? Bear with me. I have videos if you're interested to pursue these things, okay? But you cannot understand modern epistemology and the privileged white man of 5 countries in modern epistemology if you understand this 4 genocide epistemicide of the long 16th century. That's where the whole thing is coming from. The sexist, racist structures of knowledge of the modern world are coming from these 4 genocide epistemicides of the long 16th century. Okay? No time to develop it. I'm throwing here ideas like that, you know, for, or maybe opening your appetite for curiosity about this thing and invite you to come to Granada to get all this information. But the point is that in westernized universities, the structure of knowledge, because all you read is white man of 5 countries, is sexist, because there's no woman in the canon of thought, okay? The canon of thought is fundamentally males, and it's racist because there's nobody else except white man of these 5 countries. All the other males in the world are out of the conversation, okay? They're not part of the canon of thought. So this is, westernized university has a racist, sexist foundation at the level of the epistemology, okay, in all the disciplines. We need, part of decoloniality is also naming things, you see? Naming things in a way that, you know, open your eyes to a different reality. We say, you know, when you went through the university and you told your grandmother, you know, I am studying sociology in the university, and I'm doing a degree, and your grandmother is very proud of you, etc. You don't tell them, I'm studying colonial sociology with racist, sexist epistemology in a westernized university. It doesn't look good, you see what I mean? Your grandma will look at you, are you going crazy? What's going on with you? You know? You never say that. You always say, no, I'm studying sociology and that kind of thing, scientific and, you know, university. You never say westernized university, you know. The epistemology is just epistemology, not racist, sexist epistemology, you see. So decoloniality always has this naming things differently, because that's exactly what is happening in that institution, that the practice of knowledge production is fundamentally racist, sexist, because of what I already explained. Okay? Now, to bring the example about, I was talking to you about racism as an institution. If you do the prejudice stereotype test to the faculty in a Western university, I bet you anything that 99.99% of the faculty will come out with good grades as not having prejudice or, you know, stereotypes about other groups. But when they come to the classroom to teach the courses, they practice epistemic racism, sexism. That's what is required to do in a westernized university. You need to teach the white man of the 5 countries, no matter which discipline you are. And that's already racist, sexist epistemology. You're inferiorizing the rest of the thinkers of the world, woman and male, as if nobody else had thought these issues or these problems. You know, it's ridiculous. You know, there's so many critical thought produced in many parts of the world, but they're not part of the canon. You see, here comes the racist, sexist epistemology. You see, and I don't have the time to explain it, but it's produced through these 4 genocide epistemicides and so on. Anyway, so this gives you an example of someone, you know, the faculty will go to the classroom without any prejudice or stereotype about other cultures, other people, okay? But when they are in the classroom, they are required to teach, you see, the courses following a racist, sexist epistemology. You see the point? So look at the gap between the individual prejudice or whatever, you know, and the institutional level. you could be non-prejudicial, have no prejudice, no stereotype, but still be institutionally practicing racism and sexism in the institution, because this is a requirement. The way the institution is formatted, institutionally, you have to follow the policy. Otherwise, they will tell you, if you start teaching, let's say sociology or anthropology, whatever discipline, and you start teaching thinkers from Africa or from other parts of the global south, they will tell you, hey, that's not sociology. That's not philosophy. That's not history. They will question your mastering of the subject. They will questioning how prepared you are to teach courses if you only teach these people we don't even know who they are. You see what I mean? It's that bad. So it's a provincialism disguised as universalism. It's really very provincial when you're only reading white manufactured countries. That's very provincial. You're missing 90% of humanity, because look, these 5 countries are 12% of the population of the world. These 5 countries are a nation, okay? Now, where is the rest of the world represented in the epistemology of the universities? They're out of the conversation because of epistemic racism, sexism. They're considered inferior to the knowledge of the white man of the 5 countries, you see? And so you are, in a sense, reproducing, you see, racism, sexism with the best intentions, because you yourself don't have a prejudice about anybody. You see, you yourself don't have stereotypes, but you haven't thought about the fact that you have normalized the epistemology of the discipline you're teaching in such a way that you're not taking a step back and saying, hey, what am I doing here? I'm only teaching white manufactured country. Where is the rest of the world here? Okay? So that's, I'm giving this example. I gave the example of the police. I'm giving you the example of the university. So you see why I'm saying that racism is always structural. It's not about individual prejudice stereotype. It's structural. It's the policies of how the institution is formatted, is framed, you see? And so, anyway, that's one point I wanted to bring in before we begin to define racism. I haven't defined racism. So, second point, racism has many markers in history. That is, there is a tendency to think racism exclusively in terms of one marker, color racism. Okay? But we miss the point that there are many markers. You know, racism, when it marks someone as inferior race, is marking at the same time someone as superior race. So you have superior, inferior over the line of the human. Okay, this is the human. Over the line of the human, racism is a structure of domination, superior, inferior over the line of the human. Okay, now, institutionally speaking, you could have many markers. The problem we have today is that we have only one marker that defines racism in modern liberal society, which is color. If there is no color racism, then there's no racism. That's a problem. Very serious problem, because in colonial history, the colonizers, imperial powers, have used many markers, not just color. So they have used religious identity, ethnic identity, okay, even linguistic marker. So they use different markers. For example, I give you an example. Ireland was a colony of the British for 700 years. And Ireland was in the British Empire. The Irish were considered an inferior race. And their treaties of sociobiology up till the 60s, where they have a chapter on the Irish people, where they measure their heads and things like this. Like these are, along with other inferior races, black, indigenous, Asian, whatever, okay? And they have treaties up till the 60s in Britain, where the Irish would put there a chapter dedicated to the Irish as inferior races, okay? Now, they didn't use color to mark the inferiority of the Irish, because the Irish were whiter than the British. So what did they use? Religious identity, the Catholics and the Protestants. That was the marker. Why is racial? I will explain why it's racial as we go along here. But the point is that they were talking about them inferiorized below the line of the human. The British were the superior, but who were the British? The Protestant. The marker was religious identity. They couldn't use color in that context to mark superiority, inferiority along the line of the human, because color didn't work there for the colonizer. The Irish were as white as the British, or maybe whiter. You see the point? So color didn't work. What did they use? Religious identity. In North Africa, you see something similar with the question of religious identity. And today in Europe, Islamophobia is a form of racism. But many people want to argue, no, that's not racism, because Muslims have different colors. So if you define racism along only one marker, color, you see, then Islamophobia is just a religious prejudice. It doesn't go into the question of being racist, a form of racism. Anti-Semitism. Look, anti-Semitism against Jews in Europe was always racial, but it was not about color, because Jewish people in Europe have the same color as anybody else. It was about religious identity as a marker. You see the point? So you could have racism with many markers, but you need to understand the context, the colonial history, the context of the place you are, etc., to understand how these markers are played out. Okay? You see the same with indigenous people in North America or in other parts of the world. They're not classified in terms of color, they're classified in terms of their identity or their culture and that kind of thing. So the marker, what if you will ask me, okay, but then what is racism? Because if you have all these markers, color, religious identity, ethnic identity, language, etc., all these different markers, then what is racism? You see? Then here comes, now I'm going to begin to discuss what is racism, okay? Because you could have many markers, but what defines racism is not the marker is an effect of something else. The problem we have in liberal societies is that we take the marker for the causation. We don't see the marker as an effect of something else. The causation is elsewhere. You see the point? The causation is not in the marker. The causation is in what produced the marker. You see the difference? So, the marker is contingent to the historical context and the methods used by the colonizers to classify population, superior, inferior, etc., wherever they go. Wherever they went, they have a system of racial classification, and then they use different categories or markers. Follow me? Now, what is the motor that makes a marker a racial marker? You see, what is the causation? Where is a structure of superiority, inferiority along the line of the human. Okay? You classify population, some people as superior and others as inferior along the line of the human. Okay? That could be marked in many ways. This superiority, that's the central definition, is to think about racism as a structure of superiority, inferiority along the line of the human. And the marker is contingent to colonial history, local history, and so on, okay? In certain places, the colonizers couldn't use color, as I mentioned, the case of the Irish. okay? In other places also, you know, maybe certain places, North Africa, etc. The colonizers and the colonized, they pretty much can look alike in many places, okay? But the marker then pass through other markers like religious identity, ethnic identity, and so on, okay? So, the people who are classified as superior in this racial structure of domination, they're considered to be hyper-humanized. They're superior beings, they're hyper-humanized. The people who are inferiorized along the line of the human, they are dehumanized. Dehumanized, hyper-humanized. Okay? These are two sides of the same coin. You cannot link these two. By hyper-humanizing certain groups, you're dehumanizing other groups. It's two sides of the same coin. So, hyperhumanization, dehumanization. Okay? Now, anybody who is hyperhumanized is considered to be a full human being. Anybody who is dehumanized is considered to be subhuman, non-human. This differentiation, subhuman, non-human, is not accidental or random or contingent. There is a reason why the colonizers or the imperialist powers classify some populations as subhuman and others as non-human. And the reason is called divide and rule. I give a little privilege to the subhuman over the non-human, and these people will never get to be able to make a political alliance against the structures of domination that are affecting their life. You get the point here? Because you give a little privilege here over this other, and then immediately there is a divide rule situation. And this is a classic. In any structure of racial domination, you have this. It's a classic of giving, all of them are below the line of the human. All of them. But then you put one over the other, subhuman, non-human, and that's enough to get a situation where these people cannot see each other face to face. They begin to split each other to have, you see, and it's divide and rule. That way they cannot unite together in a united front against white supremacy. Okay? That's why this is not accidental, the subhuman, non-human. Many times, people who are dehumanized have interiorized this structure, this colonial structure. And then you try to build a coalition to fight racism, and they cannot go together because they start fighting each other. Because one big thing is over this other, and vice versa, and then it's the law of the jungle. So this is put there by the racial domination system precisely to make sure that the people who are affected by this structural domination will never get together to fight back. Is this clear? Yes. Okay. Then we move on. Hyperhumanized, the superior beings are considered fully human beings. And fully human beings means that this zone is going to be called the zone of being. Zone of being. What does that mean? Zone of being means that all the activities that human beings do, okay, production of knowledge, epistemology, aesthetics, concept of beautiness, and concept of beautiness of the what is beautiful, what is beauty, what is good, okay? The concept of the way they pray, the way their spirituality, everything these people do is considered the civilized human ways of doing things. Everything, the economic, ideas of economy, ideas of political authority, concept of aesthetic. Aesthetic is a concept of beautiness and good taste. Okay? It's considered the human way, the superior ways of doing things. Okay, is that clear? That's zone of being. Being meaning there all the human activities, everything human beings do. Okay, everything human beings do. So here, dehumanized people who are dehumanized, people who are considered animals, so human, non-human. Okay. This is a zone of non-being. Okay. I'm describing the ontology of the system. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that people here have no being. I'm just describing to you, I'm doing the first diagnosis. That's what I'm doing here. How the system classifies population in racial domination. Don't hear me saying that what I'm saying now is that I believe people have non-beings. There's people who have a non-being, and these are the ones who have a being. I don't believe this, okay? I'm saying this many times people confuse what I'm saying, and they think what I'm saying is what I believe. No, I'm just describing how the system classifies population, okay? And how the ontology of the system, how the system ontologizes population, create forms of being that seems like way separate from each other, because this seems to be the human. These people here are non-human or subhuman. They're not fully human. You see, so it's a concept of being, human being. You see, non-human being, subhuman being. You see, so the being means the different activities that these populations do, you know, along these lines of fully human being, non-human, and subhuman. Okay, that's why I mentioned here that there are activities, the form of brain, the forms of economy, the ideas about economy, ideas about political authority, ideas about the concept of good, of beautiness and good taste, you know, aesthetics, and so on. All these activities that human beings do are differentiated. So these are the way they act here, the way they pray, the way they think about political authority, economy, whatever, is considered the savage, barbarian ways of doing things. Okay? They're always seen as suspiciously humans, because they do things that are not exactly what normally human beings do. You see what I mean? Normally, it's already framed along this structure. What is normal is what the superior beings considered fully humans do in the zone of being. All the other things people do here in the zone of non-being, you know, they're considered non-human, subhuman, you know, savage ways, barbarian ways, inferior ways, animal-like ways of doing things. Okay, follow me up to here. Now, this means this is a category that was put forward by Frantz Fanon, zone of being, zone of non-being. Fanonian philosophers of the Caribbean have developed further this concept of zone of being, non-being. Okay? Now, what is important here is that racial domination and racial discrimination is not only discrimination in the labor market, in the economic structure, in your human rights, in your citizenship rights at the political level, no? That's already bad, but it doesn't stay there. It's that you're going to be questioned in terms of your spirituality, in terms of your ideas about good taste, aesthetic ideas, what is beautiful, what is considered good taste. Everything you do will be put in question mark. So it's not only, racism is not only a structural domination or superiority inferiority along the line of the human, it's that zone of being, all the activities, that you're doing here are considered the human ways of doing things, and these are the non-human ways of doing things. So you're going to be questioned, not only you're going to be discriminated in the labor market, economically, or in your citizenship rights, or in your human rights, but you're going to be discriminated in everything you do. Everything will be put in question. So imagine living a life where it's already bad that you're discriminated in the labor market. I don't need to explain that to you. It's already bad that your citizenship right or human rights are going to be discriminated. But on top of that, your ways of epistemology, your ways of producing knowledge, your ways of aesthetics, your ideas of aesthetic, your ideas of political authority, etc., everything is going to be questioned. Your ways of praying, your cosmology, your whatever is always put in question mark as subhuman, non-human ways of doing things. So everything you do is already in question, wherever you go, especially in a white society, in a white supremacist society. You go to school and they look at you like weird. This guy is weird. Look how he dressed. Everything, even the way you dress, even the way you behave, even the way everything is going to, you're going to be perceived as a weirdo. You see, because you're going to be perceived as in this zone. You're going to be dehumanized from day one. Okay? So, there is economic racism when you discriminate in the labor market for racial reasons. There is political racism when you are discriminated in your citizenship rights, democratic rights, human rights, etc. But there's also aesthetic racism. There's also epistemic racism. There's also spiritual racism. Everything is going to be cut across by this superiority, inferiority. Okay? Now, behind this is a history that I don't have the time to develop, but behind this is the way the imperialist capitalist world system, okay, classifies population in the International Division of Labor. This is the way they do it, okay? The way they do it is doing this classification of populations so that they super exploit certain labor in the system. I say super exploit is a concept coming from the global south. It refers to super exploitation, means that you're submitted to forms of violence in the labor process where the extraction of surplus value for those who are Marxists here is huge compared to what is happening in the global north, in the zone of being. Okay? So, clear up to here? Okay, I haven't defined what is racism. Okay? Bear with me, I haven't got there yet, okay? Don't think this is the definition. Don't think this is the definition. I'm going step by step, okay? Okay, so in the zone, why calling this zone a zone of being? Here, the zone of being is split. It's not a happy place. It's a place full of contradictions. Because in the zone of being, there is an I and another. There is an I that dominates and another that is dominated. And there is class domination, gender domination, sexual domination, and even national colonial domination in some cases. Inside the zone of being. Why calling this zone of being if there are all these heterogeneous experiences and contradictions? So I'm not thinking of zone being as a homogeneous space. It's not a homogeneous space. It's a space full of contradictions and conflicts. Okay? Class, gender, sexual, national, colonial, you name it. Okay? Why using the term zone of being to call everybody here? For one reason. Because everybody here lives racial privilege. So even those who are oppressed here, they live the oppression mitigated, ameliorated by racial privilege. Let me explain this. You are the worker in the zone of being. So you earn, I will take a few examples randomly. Like let's say the Airbus company in the south of France. Okay? Maybe you can find similar examples here. But you go to Airbus company in the south of France. The workers there, they work a number of hours a day, 8 hours a day, by law. Okay? After 8 hours, they go home. They earn sometimes between 200 and 300 euros per month. No. Per week? No. Per day? No. Per hour. Per hour. Okay? So you are formally a worker exploited in the labor process in the Airbus company. But you leave the class exploitation mitigated by racial domination. Because you have access to privilege in income, in the condition of labor, and so on, that other people classified in this zone do not have access to. Okay? The same thing with gender oppression. I will come back to examples, okay, concrete examples. But the point is the following. People here live multiple oppressions. Okay, multiple oppressions mitigated by racial privilege. Okay, the racial privilege gives you some privilege that allows you to have access to resources and conditions, okay, that are going to give you some privilege relative to people who live the same oppressions in this other zone. Because you live the oppressions here, even someone, the privilege here, the I, okay, who is a capitalist, patriarchal, imperialist, racist, etc., you know, embody all these different oppressions. Okay, this I is in a privileged position, but the reason why all of this is zone of being is because even the other dominated, exploited, oppressed in this zone live the oppressions with mitigated by racial privilege. In the zone of non-being, they live the same oppressions, class, gender, sexuality, national, colonial, aggravated by racial domination. Look at the difference. Mitigated aggravated. You leave the same class oppression, you leave the same gender oppression, you leave the sexual oppression, national colonial, all of that formally looks the same. But in content is different. Because you leave these oppressions, here they are mitigated by racial domination. Here they're aggravated by racial domination. Underline mitigated, aggravated, okay? Please underline this. So, where is the difference here? Why people who are in class structure, okay, of exploitation, formally, if you take the formal definition, someone selling their labor, the labor force for a wage in a labor process, okay, formally in an industry, capitalist industry, you're formally exploited, right? There's surplus value taken out of you. So if you use the formal definition, you fall into the traps of Eurocentric universalism, because now you flatten down the differences in class exploitation, and now you jump and say, workers of the world unite. But what happened? The workers here, they don't want to unite with the workers here, because they live class exploitation with racial privilege, mitigated by racial privilege, with higher salaries, better working conditions in the eyes of the law, etc., as opposed to the workers here. So they don't want to be seen as equal to these ones. They want to keep a distance. Okay? They see them also as people they don't want to get close to, because maybe it could affect their own process of incorporation in the labor process. And then come the racism here, okay, that give privilege to these workers as opposed to these others. Okay? So, in the zone of non-being, people live also class exploitation, but aggravated by racial domination. Give you an example. I mentioned the worker in the Airbus company earning 200, 300 hours per hour. If those workers go on strike, they have the right to go on strike. They can fight the corporation in a court, okay? And they know they can come back home alive. In the zone of non-being, many of these people are in zones, even in the first world, that are informal forms of economy that are not bounded by the law, by the labor laws, okay? And these people, when they try to organize a union or they go on strike, they need to think it twice, because they might not get alive tonight home. Their life is going to be at stake. They could be beat up badly, or they could be even killed or disappear or whatever, okay? And they know that they cannot, there are certain things that if they do them, they take a big risk, okay? Because they're living class exploitation aggravated by racial domination, which means that they receive, in many of these corporations, in the third world, forget it, in the third world, 90% of the proletariat of the world today are women of color, all over the world, 90%. Women of color, they earn what, how much? $1 an hour? $1 or $2 per day. They work 8 hours? No, they work 12, 13, 14, 16 hours per day. Labor laws are suspended in the zone of non-being. even in the first world, where you have informal manufacturing industries hiding in cities, okay? That they don't follow labor laws, they don't follow human rights, they don't follow anything. It's just an informal economy, okay? Underground informal economy. They don't earn the salaries of the workers of the country. They earn much lower salaries per hour. The working conditions, they don't work 8 hours, they work 10, 12 hours. I hope I'm not telling you anything that news to you. I'm sure all of you know about this, okay? I hope I'm not saying anything new about the difference in these two zones. But this has to do with how racism organizes the capitalist division of labor. You follow me? People who live class exploitation in the zone of non-being, they live the exploitation aggravated by racial domination. It aggravates your oppression or your exploitation. Because now you're not perceived as an equal human being. Here, the dominate exploitative eye look at the workers here as part of the zone of being, as the same race. Okay? While here, they're seen as inferior races. And therefore, the way labor is organized is completely different. The experience of class exploitation is not the same. Formally, you can make a formal equation and show this is exploited and this is exploited. But the question is that the qualitative process of labor exploitation is not the same. Okay? Here, a woman in the zone of being, if she suffers of abuse from their husband or someone in the house, they call the police come, knock the door, show their badges, intervene, might take her to a shelter, might maybe arrest the guy, you know, okay? In the zone of non-being, women who suffer domestic violence, some of them don't have a phone, but even if you have a phone, you think twice before calling the police. Because you know what that means? If you call the police in a community where the police comes in a violent way to the community, that woman might have the right to call, but cannot exercise that right, because if I call the police, the police, when they enter my neighborhood, they enter in violent ways. Who knows? They might beat up my son, my daughter, or a neighbor, or, you know. So you have to solve the problem inside the community. You cannot call like that, you know, like any woman with full citizenship right, etc., might call the police. In this community, you cannot do that because the police might even beat you up. You're the one calling of the abuse, you know, of domestic violence, and the police might beat you up, or might beat up a neighbor or someone in the family, because they will enter in a violent way to that neighborhood. For reasons I already explained, no? So look at the difference in gender oppression. Even gender oppression, here is lived gender oppression mitigated by racial domination, while in the other side is aggravated by racial domination. So you live racial privilege here, which mitigates your gender oppression, while here you live racial domination that aggravates gender oppression. And the same thing you can say about sexuality. It's the same thing with sexuality. Okay? You have LGBT populations that live in the zone of being, that have the rights recognized, etc. But people, the same population in the zone of non-being, they are submitted to extreme forms of violence. Okay? LGBT population, zone of being, forget it. They are submitted to extreme forms of violence. sometimes even worse than the violence suffered by the other people in their own community. They will punish you even more for being gay or for being lesbian or whatever, okay? So you live sexual domination aggravated by racial domination, you see? And the same thing with national colonial oppression. I can give you an example. In Spain, the Catalans have a struggle for independence in Spain. Catalans, you know, I don't know, you probably heard that in the news a few years back, and so they do marches. 11th of September is the day of that they take as the symbolic day for demanding independence, and you have 2 million people in the streets marching through Barcelona. Okay, then in the Born, in the Gothic, in the old part of the town, and they do a big party. Nobody's killed, nobody's arrested. Violence is only in exceptional moments. It's not the norm. When they did the referendum for, define, the Spanish Empire, the referendum for independence, yes or no, I don't know if you remember that. That was October 1st, 2017. They were repressed by the Spanish army when was sent there to repress them. Okay, but nobody was killed. Nobody was, anyway, there was form of violence as exceptional moments. Okay, now in a situation of national colonial oppression in the zone of non-being, violence is not exceptional. Violence is the rule. You don't need to go to a march or a demonstration as a Palestinian to be killed. You don't need to go to a march or a demonstration to be a black person in a ghetto in the USA to be killed. You could be killed in the streets of your ghetto. You don't need to be in a march or demonstration calling for self-determination of your people, for indigenous people in the Americas to be killed. They kill you in your community. You see what I'm trying to get at here? So we're talking about the Catalans live national colonial oppression mitigated by racial privilege. Palestinians live national colonial oppression aggravated by racial domination as dehumanized beings submitted to extermination. And so on. I mean, you could see this over and over in many other parts of the world. You could see it in Sweden, you could see it in other parts of the world. The forms of violence that are submitted to population. Okay? So, why is this aggravated, mitigated? Where is this coming from? This is coming, please, Marxists, pay attention. This is coming from the materiality of domination. There is a differential materiality of domination in the imperialist capitalist system. Those who are hyperhumanized, the way the system manages the conflicts is through regulation emancipation. Regulation meaning codes of law applies to you. Women's rights, LGBT rights, labor rights, citizenship rights, human rights, democratic rights, and so on. All of that applies to you because your humanity is not put in question. You are considered a full human being. So the oppressors in this zone, the oppressors consider you a full human being. Design see you as a full human being. So they extend to you forms of regulation, codes of law to manage conflicts. So you deserve to have these rights. And then many conflicts are solved in a court of law. Okay? or emancipatory discourses. You can claim equality. You can claim liberty, freedom, civility. So emancipatory discourses are also recognized. So the question of equality, liberty, freedom, autonomy as an individual, etc., all of that is recognized to you. So this is why the conflicts here are managed fundamentally through peaceful means with exceptional moments of violence. Okay? It's not, I'm not saying there's zero violence here. There is violence here, but it's more exceptional to the rule. Okay? It's not the rule. Follow me? So,
Is it okay if we're going to end in like 5 minutes so they have time for questions as well? I'm sorry to...
yeah, give me a few more minutes.
Yeah, of course.
So this is they receive extension of, this is where the racial privilege comes in. You happen to be part of the humans, your humanity is not in question, so they extend to you because of law, emancipatory discourses, even formally, even if it is formally, but at least the conflicts are managed fundamentally as a trend by peaceful means with exceptional moments of violence. In the zone of non-being, the materiality of domination is through violence and dispossession. Violence and dispossession. Violence as a method of solving conflicts, and dispossession as taking away resources from your community and your people. This is the method, the materiality of domination is differentiated, you see? Because you consider part of the dehumanized population. So violence is the constant with exceptional moments of peace. Get the point? You live violence most of your life with exceptional moments of peace. In the other zone, you live peace with exceptional moments of violence. So it's the world upside down. Even if you are formally a proletariat here or here, you don't live the same class exploitation. Even if formally you are oppressed by patriarchy through gender oppression or sexual oppression, you don't live the same oppression than a woman or LGTB here or a woman LGTB here. It's differentiated because the materiality of domination of the imperialist capitalist system uses regulation emancipation here as opposed to violence dispossession here. That's the mitigated, aggravated I was talking about. Get the point? Now, here comes, now I'm going to tell you the definition. After saying this, now I'm going to define to you what is racism. Okay? We've gone through this long process. So I begin with this definition at the beginning. It won't make sense to you. Now it will make sense after explaining everything else there. So racism is a structure of domination or superiority, inferiority along the line of the human, okay, where those who are classified as superior, hyperhumanized, the system implements as materiality of domination, regulation, emancipation, producing life here, even if life is mediocre life, but it's still life. It produces life. Follow me? While in this same structure of domination, you have in the superiority, inferiority structure along the line of the human, the people who are dehumanized are submitted to a materiality of domination, violent dispossession that produces premature death. Life, premature death. So racism, now let's go back to the beginning of the definition. You remember the beginning of the definition? Well, people who have prejudice, stereotypes about other people that needs to be educated. That's racism. We need to educate those bad apples. Remember this? That's where we began. That's the liberal definition. Now look at this definition. Look at this definition. It's about life or death. Racism is about life or death. If you happen to be classified here, you live premature death. And premature death can arrive to you through environmental racism, through health racism, through a bullet from the police in your head. Okay? It can arrive to you through different means of the dehumanization and violence you're going to live here. It can arrive to you in different ways, the premature death. While here, the materiality domination produces a system where you have moments, peaceful resolution of conflicts with moments of violence, exceptional moments of violence. Here it produces life, even if it's mediocre life, but it's still life. Your life is not at stake for doing a strike. Here, their life is at stake for doing a strike. You could end up in jail, you could end up beat up by the police or killed by the police. Okay, so we are talking about, here is, it produces premature death, and premature death can arrive through many means. That is not just a bullet in your head by the police. Okay? You might be living in the zone of the city that have all the garbage and all the environmental, ecological disaster of the city, and you might be drinking the wrong water in your house. The premature death can arrive. You don't have access to a good health service. You're afraid of going to the health service because they might deport you. They might deport you. No? If you go to the hospital, and now they are allowing here in Sweden the health care services to delatar, ¿cómo se dice? Denounce the person, oh, this is illegal, and call the police, and they're allowing now healthcare services. You're aware of this, no? So many people decide not to go to the health, even if they're sick, not to be deported, not to be submitted to a deportation, and so on. So look, here comes the next question, which is now the epistemological question. Where are you thinking from? Here comes the left, Eurocentric left, have taken the social historical experience of exploitation, domination, etc., of the zone of being as the experience from which to theorize class exploitation, gender domination, sexual domination, national colonial domination, and so on. Okay? So if I take as the theory that is going to inform my understanding of class exploitation, gender domination, sexual domination, national colonial domination, etc., the social historical experience of an oppressed in the zone of being, I'm only describing what is lived by 10% of humanity. That theory is not going to work to understand the same oppressions here. And what happened is, I have no problem with, let's say, Marxist theoreticians of class exploitation, Tony Negri, or Zizek, or one of these authors today, Althusser, I don't know. All these different theoreticians, Marxist, European theoreticians of class exploitation. They take this experience of an oppressed here, and from there they derive a theory of class exploitation and class liberation. You see what I mean? Now, I have no problem if they tell me, listen, Ramon, I'm just theorizing the exploitation here. I don't pretend that my theory is going to help you understand what happened here in class exploitation. Respect with that. I have full respect to that. The problem is not that. The problem is when these Marxist theoreticians come and sell you their understanding of class exploitation based on this experience as a universal theory to understand class exploitation everywhere in the world. That's the problem. Because now we are in a Eurocentrism from the left. Now that's a Eurocentrism from the left. They are telling you, I know better than you what is class exploitation in the zone of being. And you need to read my theories to understand it. No, I'm sorry, there are so many authors, women and males, that have produced critical thinking of class exploitation here that we need to study and read seriously, because they have understood what it means to be under class exploitation in a system where materiality of domination is violence and dispossession. And they have theorized that. So I need to read those authors. I need to read Walter Rodney, Cedric Robinson, Angela Davis, and so on, okay? People who have thought about this. Kwame Nkrumah, people in the Global South have thought about this. You see the point? But if I only rely on the same white leftist authors that have thought and produce a theory from here to understand class exploitation, and then I extrapolate it to understand every class exploitation in the world, you become a colonialist of the left. That's a problem. That's why decolonization is very important. Not because I want to keep a division between here and there, because on the contrary, we need a politics of liberation that she's going to describe in her talk, of how can people exploited here can unite with people exploited here. But it's not, they're not going to unite if you come in a paternalistic way to tell people here, you know, why are they leaving, what's the best theory for you to understand, and I come and preach you like a Christian preacher, you know, trying to preach to you my Eurocentric Marxism. Nobody's going to work with you with that attitude of paternalism and of arrogance. You see, you will have to make the effort to be humble and say, listen, my theory helped me understand what I, a white worker in the global north, live. But I don't pretend that my theory will help you understand what you live as a proletariat racialized in the global north or in the global south. For that, you need to read other authors, okay? Don't read it, you won't get the answer from my authors. You get the point? That's a humble way. And then, with that respect, we can build alliances together to fight back. But the problem is that the Eurocentric left brings this position, you know, universalizes this experience and theorizes it, and then pretend that then you can understand everything that happens from these theories. As if people here haven't theorized this other experience. You need to read Fanon. You need to read the Messer. You need to read a body of work, bell hooks, other authors that have thought, Houria Bouteldja, and other authors who have thought about what it means to be here. Same thing with gender oppression. I have no problem if someone, a feminist, tell me, you know, I'm a feminist of difference, or I'm a feminist of equality. You know that the white feminism is split in these two camps, okay? I'm a feminist of difference, or I'm a feminist of equality. I'm going to, my theory, help you to understand what a white middle-class woman lives in terms of gender oppression in Paris or in New York. But I don't pretend that my theory will give you the answer to understand what it means for a woman to be living the entanglement of racism and gender oppression in the zone of being. That you need to read Houria. Don't read it from me, I don't have it here. I respect it. The problem is that the white feminism comes in the same way as I described before as the Eurocentric Marxists, and universalizes the theories build upon the oppression of a woman in the zone of being and make it universal and try to then extrapolate to the woman in this zone. And here begins the problem, because you become now a colonial feminist, okay, that is extrapolating theories that are Eurocentric to try to understand what is happening in the other zone, that the process of material domination is completely different, the history is different, etc. Okay? Because you leave all this oppression aggravated by racial domination. You cannot disentangle this. You see the point? And the same thing with sexuality, national colonial oppression, and other things. We need to situate the theories. We need to look at the body of work of people who have thought about, have theorized the, class exploitation, gender oppression, sexual oppression, national colonial oppression, based on the social historical experience of an oppressed in the zone of non-being. So you develop a theory accordingly. And then from there could be meaningful understanding, conversation, and political alliances to fight back the system. It won't work if the people here practice epistemic racism and tell them, I know what is best for you, my theory will liberate you, and here I come as the colonialist of the left to impose those theories here, and people here are going to reject you from day one, because you're not understanding what we're living here. We need other body of work and authors that have thought what it means to be an oppressed here, okay? So this is very important because our aim is precisely not to divide the working class, because right now it's divided in this way. And the left plays in the hands of that division by theorizing from Eurocentric Marxism in a paternalistic, arrogant way to the people here. You see what I mean? What we want is, how can we break this problem and people can be in solidarity with each other, okay, in a humble way. For that, Eurocentric left has to decolonize from this universalism, okay, of Eurocentric thinking. Thinking that the theories you have built to understand your oppression here are universal, and now I can extrapolate everywhere in the world, as if nobody has thought about it elsewhere. Okay? I'm sorry, there's a body of work, and I invite you, part of the Sweden left, to study also the work of the people here in this zone and start understanding each other in respectful, humble ways. And I bet you anything, you're going to have a huge success in building a coalition of all the oppressed people against the system. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramon, for that wonderful talk. We're gonna have time for a little bit less questions, but the plan is at least we have time for maybe 10 minutes of questions, and then we're gonna have a 15-minute break. So we're a little bit behind on schedule, just so you guys know. If anyone wants to ask a question, feel free to raise your hand right now. Ooh, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're gonna start there, and we'll see if we have time for more. Sorry, well, let's hope that maybe some of your questions get answered by the other questions.
I have no words to thank enough for you guys to organize this, and for you guys coming here, and for your work. After being myself a migrant in Sweden for so many years, and I tried to understand why it was so hard to build coalition here. You put it to me in a way that gave me hope for the change we need. So thank you so much for restoring me to that place. And I see very commonly a place of confusion, as Sweden is a country where the white supremacy is very, you probably know, very based on the identity and the biological aspect of it. So quite much everyone here can be understood as racialized, but then people might have a really hard time understanding that difference there of the subhuman and the non-human, and what means this place of being a racialized body inside a white supremacist structure. Could you be a little bit clear for that, so we can all understand it better?
I think because if we go one by one, it might take a long time.
Okay.
Or maybe
The second question.
Okay, mine is a little long, but so I have a question. Okay. So I do have a question regarding a group of the classification of a group of how would you classify mestizos within the structure that you presented today? Because it's like, if like when it comes to classifying indigenous people, you usually have like in the dehumanization process, a non-human process, no? But what I've noticed is like for people like us, like mestizos, where we come from, families that are being robbed by their lands, we also have been disrupted in our cosmology and also our afternames. And then we grew up in the city. How would you, like, because then we kind of become, like in this weird world, you become the other, maybe, because you grew up in the city knowing that you are indigenous, but you have no connection to your land because it goes farther with your ancestors, with land grabbing and stuff like that. So I always wondered, like, how would you classify mestizos or like city indigenous people that within generation lost their identity, but we still are a part of all the ethnicity discrimination within the system, since we might have the class perspective, like where we are not enough poor to be living in the communities, but then we are still like ethnically discriminated by all the ways of living and dressing and all of that. But at the same time, we are. So how would you put mestizos in that constellation of?
Listen, it's very simple. Listen, is the classification, the racial classification, consider you're not white. You're not white. You see, you're not white. So that's enough for put a mestizo in the zone of non-being. You see, because you're not. They don't perceive you as another white person in the society. You're here because they were there, displacing you from the land, okay? And they're still there, controlling your land and your people and your country, you see? And so that's why many people are here. That's this slogan, like, we're here because you were there and you're still there, you see? And therefore, that's why, but you might lose contact with your ancestor community, etc., but you're still here and non-white, classified as zone of non-being, as an inferior race, you see? This is very important. Everybody is racialized. You could be racialized with privilege as a white, or you could be racialized without privilege as a non-white, and then you go over the oppression that entails. And then in terms of your question, to really talk about the experience of being subhuman, non-human, has to do with your everyday life. That's what I try to explain here, that everything you do is going to be perceived by other people as something barbarian or uncivilized or savage or terrorist, or you'll be suspicious of everything in everything you do. Okay, you will never be seen as an equal, no matter how much you want to assimilate, no matter how much you do an effort to become Swedish and speak Swedish perfectly, like what's Swedish, you will never be considered a full Swedish, you see? That means you're going to be also submitted to forms in your community of violence, etc., discrimination, labor market, you name it, all this stuff. You're going to be living this, and of course, they're not going to say, I don't want you here because you're black. they're going to say, you're not qualified for this job, even if you have all the qualifications. Or they will say, you know, the job is all over. We already gave it to someone else. Someone comes 3 hours later and the job is still open. They just don't want you. So they scare you out, you know? So these kind of things, you're going to be living in everyday life that is going to put you at a disadvantage relative to everybody else. You know, the majority of the society, we are white Swedish, you see? And so all of this is, there are many experiences. You could see it in the school system when a teacher tells you, you know, you shouldn't apply to the university. Maybe you should go to a vocational school and get some skills, you know, and encourage you and push you that way, you know. That's another way of discriminating because you don't have intelligence, you know, you might, you know, this kind of thing, you know.
For the racialized white passing, how is that experience?
The racialized white passing. Well, if someone can pass as white, then I would say it's white. You see? If someone that is coming from another community but comes here and passes as white, it's white. It's not going to leave any kind of racial discrimination. It's going to leave racial privilege. So, you know, the issue is not where you're coming from. It's how are you perceived? How are you classified once you're here, you see? And there are people classified as white and people classified as non-white. And then, you know, that's... anyway, yeah, other questions? You can also put your place.
We have time for one more question. The person that I pointed at, that was number 3. I don't remember. Yeah, that was you.
Hi, I come from Brazil, and my country, the structural racism it goes in the, I think it's in the biggest violent and brutal form. It's clear, it's very clear the structural racism, and it works side by side with social inequality as well. It makes it impossible for people, black people, indigenous people, brown people that we call pardos, to reach places in the society. But from the 2000s, we had the quotation system, I don't know if you heard of.
Yeah.
And for the people that don't know, 20% of seats in university, they were dedicated for people of color. And their results were undeniable. And my question to you is, from the colonial Marxist view, is this a tool to fight structural racism, or it would be just like a reform, but not breaking the system?
Please pass the phone to a few more there, and then I answer to all of them together. There are a few more with the hands raised over there. And
Yeah.
just take them together very fast. Please, very fast.
Okay, yeah, very short questions, because I want to make sure that you also have time to speak later.
Yeah. We have time.
Okay, first question. What's your attitude towards the Marxist thing about base and superstructure?
Wow.
Next question.
One day.
I just wonder, it's a short question, if you are familiar with Dennis Nobel, the scientist from Oxford, because he used a lot of critique against Cartesianism, how do you call it, Descartes.
Do you want clarification?
Yes, a quota system is positive, but it's not a solution. Okay, so I'm all for it because it, kind of creates a balance of, giving a little bit of more justice, but it's not a solution because in fact, you still have a lot of people discriminated and cannot enter the system. Okay, in terms of Dennis, this scientist, I never heard of him. I'm sorry. In terms of superstructure infrastructure, that's a long seminar. I cannot go there just to say that Marx never used that. He used it as a metaphor once in a prologue. He never used it. It's Eurocentric Marxists who have used that over the 20th century until today. And in fact, Marx was never for that. He has a different a different methodology, okay? And the problem with infrastructure, superstructure is that you think that because we are living in a civilization of death. Modernity is a civilization of death. This is the relationship between modernity and capitalism is very important. Modernity is not an emancipatory system. It might be emancipatory for the 10% here. It's a civilization of death for the 90% here. So you need to think, when you are celebrating modernity, you, Westernized left, think about from where are you thinking from? Are you thinking from here, from the 10% here? Or are you thinking from the 90% here? Okay? 90% of humanity have lived under a civilization of death. Premature death, etc. He has destroyed, the European colonial expansion destroyed all the civilizations that existed. It was not just an economic expansion, it was a civilization expansion that destroyed all the civilizations and imposed their own. Europe imposed their own civilization at a world scale, okay? And we are under this planetary civilization that have killed millions of human beings, still killing millions every day, and that is destroying life in planet Earth, because it is destroying the ecology of the planet. This is a civilization of death. Modernity is not an emancipatory project. Modernity is a deadly project, okay, that only benefits a few people of the global north, okay, or a few people in the global south, but the majority of the people in this civilization are living premature death, okay? And we are now at a moment where we don't know how far we're going with this system, okay, because we're very close either to a nuclear disaster or to an ecological disaster, you know, very close. And that's not because human beings are destructing our life, no. It's because we are in a civilization for the past 400-500 years that have been destroying life in a big way like no other civilization before this one. So I'm against this idea of the Anthropocene. We are in the Western Zen, okay? Not the Anthropocene, because human beings have been living in planet Earth for thousands of years and never destroyed planet like this civilization, okay? So we are in a Western Zen, in any case, not in Anthropocene. You see the difference? So for me, the problem is a civilization of death, okay? And infrastructure, superstructure, I'm sorry, but this system, modernity, is an organizing principle of, is not a superstructure, is a constitutive of global capitalism. If capitalism is genocidal, it's because it's organized from within with the racist logic of modernity. If capitalism is ecologicidal, it's because it's organized from within with the Cartesian dualist logic of modernity. That's a long conversation, just what I said now. If capitalism is feminicidal, it's because it's organized from within with Christendom patriarchy. Okay? That's a patriarchy that got globalized. Don't get, you know, if you don't know about that, get informed. It was not patriarchy like the white feminists love to say 5,000 years. No. There was no patriarchy in most of the global south until the European colonizers arrived to those places. Okay? There was no patriarchy. Okay? And we need to say very clearly, because we are thinking that patriarchy is something that exists everywhere for 5,000 years. Not true. Okay? That's an invention of Eurocentric thinking and white feminist Eurocentric thinking. Okay? In the global south, it's very recent in history when you have patriarchy. And it was when the colonizers, European colonizers, arrived there and start pathologizing populations. You know, not only racist, but sexual and gender, bringing all this system of domination oppression. Okay? So if capitalism is communitaricidal, destroying communities because it's based and organized from the modern idea of the atomized individual, liberal atomized individual. Okay? If capitalism is epistemicidal, it's because it's organized from within with the modern idea of Eurocentrism as the superior knowledge over the rest. So You cannot understand historical capitalism without understanding how this civilization of death are organized from within. And this has a lot of political implications. That's why I break away from this infrastructure, superstructure, which is nonsense, and bring then a struggle of liberation that have to account for all these multiple forms of domination. If you think that the causation of the problem, infrastructure, superstructure, is capitalism, and solving capitalism, you solve sexism, you solve Eurocentrism, you solve racism, you solve... No, you're not going to solve anything. That's what happened with 20th century socialism. They built a struggle thinking by solving capitalism, you solve the rest. They not only solved the rest, they didn't even solve capitalism. Because capitalism is organized from within with the civilizational logics of modernity. If you don't understand that, you're going to reproduce everything you're fighting against. Because you're going to leave as secondary central issues that are organizational principles of capitalism. That's what happened with 20th century socialism. They couldn't solve the problem of capitalism because they thought that by class struggle, you solve everything. And that doesn't work because we are in a civilization with multiple forms of oppression that organizes capitalism in a particular way. And if you don't attend or deal with those multiple oppressions, you're going to reproduce everything you're fighting against. You're going to fight capitalism, organizing yourself in racist ways. You're going to fight capitalism, organizing yourself in patriarchal ways. You're going to fight capitalism, organizing yourself in Eurocentric ways, in Christendom ways, in liberal individual ways, in Cartesian dualism ways, and so on. When you open your eyes, you're now in state capitalism, where you are in a form of capitalism. You haven't solved capitalism because you are reproducing the logics that organizes capitalism in the fight against capitalism. You see the point? And that's why you're going nowhere with infrastructure, superstructure. Thank you.
I think we should probably applaud for 2 more days, and we should probably, you should all come to Granada. Yeah, you should all come to Granada for decolonial dialogue, so we can speak a little bit more about that. But now it's time for a well-deserved break. We're gonna have a break until 2:45, and then we're gonna hear from Houria here. Okay? So 2:40. So we have about almost 15 minutes, and then we'll be back. Okay? Ta hand om er. platser. Jag vet inte ifall det är folk som har gått eller om det är folk som tar plats. If there's anyone that's struggling with the warmth in here, we have an extra room where it's also being live, because this is being live streamed, right? So there is another room where the ventilation is working slightly better. So if you, for any reason, feel like, oh, I want to keep listening, but I can't handle the air in here, you're welcome to go just to the right over here and then into the right. You continue, and then you will see a room that is open where it's being live streamed. You can also find the live stream link if you want to send it to your friends, your family, on Feministerna's social media. It's a live stream link to YouTube. It's also in the Facebook event, if anyone has found the Facebook event, in the discussions. Swish för den.
Jag funderar på om den kommer att bli tillgänglig efter. Kommer den vara tillgänglig efter?
Om du har gjort på sandwich. Ja, snyggt. Ja. Ja.
I didn't understand, but I understood.
Okay, I think it's time to start again. So everyone find your seats. And if there's anyone that needs translation, om det är någon som vill ha tolkning från engelska till svenska som precis kom, så finns det såna här fina mackapärer här. Där man tar en sån här. Det finns ett nummer på den. Man skriver sitt nummer här på mackapären. Man skriver sitt namn och telefonnummer. Och så tar man också hörlurar och sätter in där det står ear längst upp. Det är väldigt viktigt att man lägger in det längst upp och inte nerifrån, för då sabbar man hela mackapären. Okay. But I think Erika, do you want to get them in? Okay. We're a little bit behind schedule, but not that much. The plan is that after, we're going to hear from Houria now, and after that, around 4:30, we're going to eat. There's going to be food from a restaurant called Kommunistiska köket, so it's Palestinian food. And it's free, but if you want to donate, we have a donation to an orphan village in Gaza. It's called Vesta Orphan Village. So if you want to donate to that, you're welcome to. We're going to try to get a little bit more time for questions this time. So hopefully, otherwise let your questions marinate. And then hopefully you can find some of your answers on YouTube, and maybe some of you are able to go to Granada for Decolonial Dialogues. Decolonial Dialogues is partly held by Ramon and Katya, and where there's several days where you really get into all the details of all the things that they were talking about. I'm really excited to go. I've never been, so I hope to see a lot of you there. Okay. Then we will... And while we're trying to figure out another technical thing, once again, there is another room where it's also being live streamed. And please take care of yourselves. And yeah, I hope some of you have talked to each other. Yeah.
Ja, du säker?
What Houria is going to talk about is partly how what a decolonial political struggle could look like in Europe. So a lot of the things that Ramon was talking about will be, put into action, I guess.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But it works. We can
Yes,
hear
it
you.
works.
Okay.
Yes, it works. Yes, I can hear myself. Okay. I can start?
Yes.
Yes. Hi everyone, Assalamu alaikum. So thank you to the organizers for this invitation and for you all to be here and listening to me. I'm sorry, English is not my mother tongue, so I'm going to read in English, and if you don't understand, please feel free to interrupt me and ask me questions. I would like to begin by making it clear that I'm speaking here as a decolonial activist and not as an intellectual, a writer, or an academic. I would also like to make it clear that if I'm going to discuss the notion of whiteness here, it will only be from a French perspective. I'm aware that there is a historical production of whiteness that many of us decolonials trace back to 1942, the beginning of Western modernity. A Western modernity defined by us as a historical globality characterized by capital, colonial, post-colonial domination, the modern state, and the associated hegemonic ethical system. I'm also aware that it applies to peoples of European extraction to whom it confers status and power. Whiteness is essentially a power relationship maintained by the Western states in the form of racial domination. Even if there is a common basis for all white power on a global scale, and for those who benefit from it, it remains true that each imperialist nation-state has produced a specific whiteness. I would like to focus here on French whiteness, which I believe to be very different from US whiteness, just as I suppose it is different from Swedish or Australian whiteness, or even different from the whiteness in the making of certain Eastern European countries, such as Hungary, which is a candidate for the European integration, and which, in order to accelerate its process of whitening into the European Union, has chosen a decomplexed fascism, in a way to become whiter than the true whites of Western Europe. If it is indeed necessary to undo the collaboration of race in France that takes shape through what we have called the racial act, the racial pact, it is necessary to study closely the French whiteness produced by what I called in my last book, the integral racial state. I borrowed the idea of the integral state from the Marxist theorist Antonio Gramsci, who defines the state as being composed of three instances. The first one is the state and its institutions, its administration, its bureaucracy, its police, its army. The second is the political society, and the third is the civil society. For Gramsci, the power of the bourgeoisie bloc can be explained by the fact that it obviously dominates the state, but this is not enough. In fact, the bourgeois state has also been able to create an organic link between itself and society. It has been able to assert a common interest between itself, the political and trade union representatives, and civil society. From this definition, I propose the idea of an integral racial state, which I explain as follows.
If racism in France is systemic, it is because the modern state, dominated by the capital bourgeoisie, has been able to create an organic link not only between itself and political society, including that representing the class opposition, such as the Communist Party, but also with civil society composed... Okay. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I will read slowly. So, I can go back. From this definition, I propose the idea of an integral racial state, which I explain as follows. If racism in France is systemic, it is because the modern state, dominated by the capitalist bourgeoisie, has been able to create an organic link not only between itself and political society, including that representing the class opposition, such as the Communist Party, but also with civil society, composed of that unit which is called citizen and which represents the legitimate body of the nation. The whites. To sum up, in the capitalist regime, if racism is structural and systemic, it is because there is collaboration of race between the bourgeoisie, the political and trade unions, organizations, and civil society. Contrary to what the French philosopher Jacques Rancière claims, racism is not only a passion from above, it is also a passion from below. And contrary to the claims of a certain state anti-racism that would like to erase the responsibility of elites and institutions, racism is not only a passion from below. This way of understanding the racial pact through the integral state allows us to see that nobody is innocent. Neither the state, nor the political society, nor the civil society. And they all collaborate to make racism a structural element of the capitalist order. Worse than that, this analysis, already made in part by Poulantzas, who is a Marxist thinker, Greek, and who died a long time ago. So, worse than that, this analysis, already made in part by Poulantzas, allows us to see that the integral racial state, which in French is called the Republican nation state, is the fruit of the class struggle. It is even the name of the historical compromise between the ruling bloc and the working class. It can be extended today to white women and white homosexuals in the form of what is called femonationalism or homonationalism. To sum up, whether we take the prism of class, gender, or sexuality, French egalitarianism has been nationalized. In this regard, we can quote Domenico Lo Sordo, an Italian Marxist, who wrote, "The history of the West is faced with a paradox. The clear line of demarcation between whites on the one hand and blacks and redskins on the other favors the development of relations of equality within the white community." However, I would like to make an important clarification here. Although no one is innocent, there is a scale of responsibility. The ruling bloc remains the most responsible for the perpetration of racism because it has the greatest interest in the racial structuring of society. In other words, it is the one that benefits the most. When the levels of responsibility are identified and the distribution of benefits made, it allows us to identify the main enemy, but also the nature of the collaboration of race, whose ultimate goal is to maintain the imperialist order of which France is an important actor at a world scale. In France, the racial pact is also a social pact, since the imperialist rent is distributed, albeit an equality between the dominant classes and the working classes, including all components of civil society, including gender and sexual minorities. But the racial pact, which I said above was a class compromise, has its own history and its own evolution. The whitening of the French was accelerated by or because of the French Revolution. At the time of the Revolution, France was certainly already a slave-owning country, but only the rich and the wealthy benefited from the slave trade. Indeed, French historians, referring to the time before Bonaparte re-established slavery, say that the police reports of the time showed that French opinion was not at all in favor of the emperor's imperial policy. This was primarily a matter for the owners, colonists, civil servants, merchants, port owners, certain ministers, generals, and admirals. When Bonaparte decided to re-establish slavery, he was forced to lie. This was obviously an effect of the Haitian Revolution, but also of French opinion, which had been politically and subjectively affected by the revolution, the Declaration of the Rights of Man. It is therefore known that at the time, popular sentiment was rather anti-slavery, and that the ideals of the French Revolution, however unfinished, nourished a certain humanism. But at the same time, the institution of the nation-state took effect. The native Frenchman replaced the traditional peasant attached to his land, just as he replaced the proletarian. The history of the abandonment of the internationalist ideals is neither linear nor unequivocal, but the major trends of chauvinism are unequivocal today. Today, the imperialist consensus is widespread. This consensus, which is favorable to French interventions justified by the civilizing mission, and for the past 20 years by the fight against terrorism, has produced an indifference in public opinion to the ravages of war and reinforced the idea that France must assume a role as a world power. What is important in this little historical reminder is that the ancestors of the French were other and very unwhite, I might add. In the past, Bonaparte might have feared popular opinion when he went to colonize, to the extent that he had to use lies to achieve his ends. Whereas the imperialist actions of Mitterrand in Iraq, Chirac in Afghanistan, Sarkozy in Libya, Hollande in Mali, and Macron in the Sahel provoke only indifference when they are not simply approved. Today, French identity is clearly a white identity because it is an identity of empire. It has crystallized through several centuries of colonial domination and has been consolidated through the formation of the nation-state. I say it again, a nation-state that is as much the will of the bourgeoisie bloc as it is a popular will. That is a compromise of the class struggle. If I stress this heavily, it is because we cannot hope for an end to the collaboration of race between the bourgeoisie and the white people as long as the racial pact rewards whites socially, economically, and symbolically. Of course, it is important to take into account and especially to support non-white struggles that challenge the racial pact. But it is also important to realize that the balance of power made possible by these struggles is never strong enough to bring down white supremacy. This is why, in my opinion, we must take advantage of the decline of French imperialism to put in place strategies to unite the white and non-white working classes at a time when, on the one hand, the ruling bloc is preparing to betray the white working classes, and on the other, fascism, which is an identity-based compensation project in the face of white decline, is flourishing throughout the West. Today, France is going through a major democratic and social crisis. The social pact is in crisis. If French identity is an identity of empire, it must be said that French imperialism is also in crisis and that it is declining. And it is this decline that destabilizes the social pact and therefore the organic logic that allows for racial collaboration. Indeed, the French are only faithful to the racial imperial pact because they benefit from a part of the imperialist rent. But when French domination declines, that is to say, the share of the French bourgeoisie, the social pact is weakened. This is what has been happening since the financial crisis of 2008, which had a direct impact on the social condition of the white working classes and which directly resulted in the insurrection of the Yellow Vests. And today, the historical, political and trade union mobilizations against the pension reform. The moment we are living is a strategic one. If the class consciousness of the social movement understood that race was a modality of class as a technology of exploitation and organization of the social order, just as class is a modality of race, then it could seize this social effervescence to strengthen the class struggle and weaken or even break with the racial pact. We can see how, in moments of strong social unrest, the ruling bloc is tempted by the fascist option, and to put it another way, by a supremacist response that reactivates the levers of the racial pact at the expense of the social pact. Unfortunately, I'm quite clear about what will happen next. The rupture of racial collaboration will not take place at the end of this moment, despite its strength and determination. All that can be said is that the power of the social movement is momentarily pushing back fascism. That's why I support it. Despite everything, I think that we must not stop politicizing the question of whiteness and make the rupture of racial collaboration a central political issue, the objective of which would be to create the unity of a popular bloc made up of the entire white and non-white proletariat. At this stage of my remarks, you would be entitled to think that this proposal is naive, because we are very, very far from abolishing the integral racial state. And you would be right. Even if I can see that in France, a new decolonial white consciousness is really emerging, especially among a part of the youth and the radical left, we are still very far from reaching hegemony. The interest in remaining white remains the strongest and most likely option, especially since in time of crisis, it is fear and self-preservation instincts that dominate, not courage or revolutionary spirit. Despite all that, I have two objections to the pessimistic people. The first one, in France, over the past 20 years, we have witnessed the emergence of a new anti-racist and materialistic political consciousness. We have moved from what is known as moral anti-racism, which is state or Republican anti-racism, to political anti-racism. Moral anti-racism is defined by the fact that it designates the far right as its main enemy, and as a secondary enemy, individuals who most often come from working-class white backgrounds because they dislike black people or Muslims. According to moral anti-racists, this these individuals need to be re-educated because they have a false consciousness that undermines the class consciousness. Political anti-racism, of which I am a representative in France, has swept away this conception of racism. For us, racism doesn't come from the far right, but from the modern capitalist, colonial, and imperialist state. According to this conception, not only is the far right not the source of racism, but it is itself the product of the integral racial state, which I have just defined for you. This new conception of racism is now dominant among the radical left in France, which is a victory for political anti-racism, that is to say, a victory for us, people of color. Today, talking about systemic racism is commonplace. In La France Insoumise, for example, the leading party of the French left. This has been possible because the decolonial movement broke with the white left. First, to build itself up against it, to fight it, then to transform it, and finally to find allies within the same white left. Because it goes without saying that as a minority in Europe, we have to find our allies, and our allies, whether we like it or not, are and will continue to be white. Having allies doesn't mean submission, but to have allies, we must first exist. As the Algerian sociologist said, to exist is to exist politically. This is why the autonomy of the decolonial movement is a condition for alliance. But autonomy is not an end in itself. It is a means to and an end. A strategy that can be called a hegemonic bloc in Marxist terms, or revolutionary love in the words of decolonial poets. But the horizon is and must remain popular unity. The second answer to those who are pessimistic. There is still another aspect that must be considered in the decolonial struggle. This is the moral and ethical question at the root of our action. In my previous book, The Whites, the Jews and Us, Towards a Politics of Revolutionary Love, I wrote a letter to the whites saying, all I know is that I want to escape you as much as I can. What I meant was that I refused the process of whitewashing of which I myself am a victim. So, in concrete terms, escaping from whites is above all a radical refusal of integration through racism. Or, to put it another way, refusing to become a racist. Thus, I cannot see white people as anything other than a historically produced category. If this is the case, I must force myself to think that if it was made by the history of power relations, it must also be defeated by power relations. This requires believing in the actors who will make the history of the future. All the actors. Three actors. Believing in the peoples who live under imperialism, the Palestinians, for example, whose struggle is not only liberating them, but liberating us also, even if we are too selfish to recognize it. Believing in us, non-whites, who live in the heart of imperialism and who form a south of the north, even if we are becoming increasingly white. And finally, believing in the whites. Indeed, it is paradoxically by believing in whites, believing in the possibility of reform, that I destroy in myself any possibility of becoming white. If you believe that whiteness is not a historical process, you must conclude that blackness is not either. If I do that, I remain trapped in the white paradigm. That's why, paradoxically, it is important to give white people a chance, or even to force them to face up to their ontological freedom. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have a little bit longer for questions, actually, today. If anyone has any questions, please raise your hand, and I'll start counting 1, okay, and then 2, and then we can have some more questions after, and 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much for the talk. Do you know how much the average French citizen is aware of how much power France still has over its former colonies? Like the importance of the CSA franc and all of that?
If they are aware of what? Of the what?
Like, how much does the average French citizen, how much do they know about the power that France still has over its former colonies? Like, do they think it's just a thing of the past? So they, for example, like, how do they view the alliance of Sahel states now, for example?
I answer directly, or I ask? I think that most of them don't want to be aware of that. For them, it's a question of past, of course. And if they want to be aware of that now, they have to take the responsibility as whites. So this is the thing they don't want to do. This is why we talk to them as people who should take their responsibility, the historical responsibility. I know that they don't want to, because actually, this is something very easy to recognize this, because as anti-racists, we don't think that they have to support or to sustain the burden of their history as individuals. We just say to them that you have to recognize that, and you are benefiting from that. But we don't want to make them guilty of the past, because it's nonsense to say to a white living today to make him guilty of 500 years of history. This is not correct. This is not true. But in the same time, they have to take their responsibility. But when we ask them to be responsible, we have exactly the same demand to us. We ask ourselves as non-white living in the North to take our own responsibilities, because we are becoming whites. If we understand whiteness as a relation of power, I am white, living in France. I have a passport. I can come to Sweden very easily. So I have a privilege. As a whitened woman, I have to understand that. I have to understand that I am white also, not inside the French state. In the French state, I'm a racialized. I'm an indigène de la République in the French state, in relationship to the real whites. But in relationship to my family in Algeria, I'm white. So I'm not responsible for 500 years of history, but I'm responsible of my privileges of today. So when we ask the whites of France to take the responsibility, we are not unfair. We are just revolutionary people. You have to take your responsibility in this world. Your state is doing war everywhere in Africa. Your state is doing war in Palestine, is supporting the genocide in Palestine. It is done in the name of the French people. So you have to divorce from the state, ideologically speaking. So you have to break with the pact, with the racial pact. If you don't want to break with the racial, you are in the, you are with the racists. And I don't consider you as someone who is fighting racism. And I would not make you an innocent. That's it.
Thank you. The person that, who was number 2 again? Because I forgot. You have to help me. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I wanted to reflect about the Haitian Revolution and the impact the Haitian Revolution had on the French Revolution in terms of racialization and the alternatives it created. It was the birth or the first big revolution in the Americas, and it was the outbreak for Simon Bolivar to start the Bolivarian Revolution. And the Bolivarian Revolution is saying time to time that they are in debt to the Haitian Revolution because it's a source of inspiration and a source of justice, a lot of things. So in terms of your discussion and the discussion among the left and the whites, I am curious about how is the reflections about the relationship with the Haitian Revolution.
The Asian Revolution?
Haitian Revolution. The Haiti Revolution in the Caribbean. Thank you.
As decolonial, not as French, we know that we have a huge debt towards the Asian Revolution. And this is something that is still influencing our struggles. But the French left, for the French left and for the French in general, it doesn't exist at all. Only the French Revolution exists. So they don't feel that they are influenced by this history. And they don't feel that they are influenced by the struggle for independence of Africa. They never think that there is a legacy from the independence of our countries, of Algeria, of Africa, of Tunisia, of, I don't know, of Vietnam. They never believe that, they never believe that they can be grateful for this, and they never believe that they are liberated by our struggles. And this is the shift we have to do in the consciousness. They have to think, if we want this rupture to be done between the state and the people, then we have to re-affiliate, the French has to re-affiliate themselves to the history of the Haitian Revolution and the whole history of the struggle against slavery, against colonialism, against racism. This is a total reverse of the consciousness that has to be done. Because they still think that the French Revolution has liberated the whole world. But we have to be honest. We have to be honest. A lot of our ancestors who struggled France, they said that they were inspired by the French Revolution. This is true. This is what they said. Did they do that for strategic reasons, or because they really think that they were liberated by the French Revolution? We never know. But this is a reference to the South. I don't know what to do with that. But what I can do living in France is to reintroduce a part of the reality, which is that our ancestors collaborated in liberating the French. If now France is not as barbarian as it should be, it's because of us. Because without our struggles, the French would have been more barbarians, more uncivilized. I think that the whole French system produced barbarians. And even if these barbarians don't look like barbarians, because they're whites, inside of themselves, they are barbarians. They are. Because it's not... I remember when there was the terrorist attacks in Paris, they all behave as being innocent. Why people hate us? And they ask this question as innocent people. Why people hate us? There's no history behind the attacks. There's no history. There's only barbarians hating France. But the question why is never posed. And if it's never posed, there is no answer. And we know the answer. We all know the answer. And I think that fundamentally, all the French know the answer, but they don't want to know. They want to stay innocent, because innocence is the condition for perpetrating the crime with innocence.
Thank you. We have time for a lot of questions, so we can take it easy.
Thank you for a very nice talk. It was short, but it was to the point, and I learned a lot. I was thinking, one of the fantastic things what you did in the talk was to give us some hope against this pessimism that they tend to dominate. But then I was also thinking in some way that you develop or in some way relate to what Grosfoguel was talking about, zone of being and zone of non-being, in putting the racialized other in some way in between. And I was thinking, could you expand a little bit on how you see the role in linking those of the global south with the possibilities of finding alliance among the white? And in a sense, to what extent should we work towards the global south? To what extent should we work in trying with our autonomy in building alliances with white? Thank you.
It's a very good question. As decolonials in France, we decided to stop being in solidarity with the South. To stop. Why? Because among the white left, generally speaking, this relationship between the North and the South, and between the solidarity of the North to the South, was very paternalistic. Very paternalistic. Because most of the left movements in the North, when they support the struggles of the South, they put the conditions. They always put the conditions. They have the struggles of the South have to be clean, totally clean. Has to be recognized by the ethical struggles of the North. You have to be Marxist. You have to be feminist, you have to be LGBT, you have to be that. The conditions are so enormous that at some point I'm wondering if they really want to be in solidarity. So we broke with that. We are in the North, and we wanted to make it clear that we are not anymore the wretched of the earth. We, as non-whites. The wretched of the earth are in Palestine, are in Congo. They are not in Paris. In Paris, we are colonial subjects. Not totally brown, not totally white. We are in between. We are a new political subject. So we are racialized, we are submitted to police violence, to discriminations, to le mépris. Comment on dit le mépris? Race. Le mépris. And trust. Bon. Okay, so we are accused of being terrorists, of being Islamicists, of being sexist, we are suspicious of everything, okay? So we live this reality, but we are not living under the bomb of Trump or France. So this is the difference. And we have privileges. I have a lot of privileges. I have to recognize that. This is what I began to say. So I'm here in Europe and I behave as a non-white in Europe. And my politics has to be adapted to this situation. So if I don't want to reproduce what the white left did with the South, I have to invent a new politics. So the best way to be in solidarity is to be in solidarity with ourselves. What does it mean? What does it mean concretely? It means that we are going through fascism. Fascism is just toward us. So we have to stop that. First. And the second thing is that if you want to be effective, if you want our action to have an effect on the South, we have to combat, to struggle our own imperialism here at home. We are in the center of imperialism. So my task, my first task, if I want to be in solidarity with the Palestinians, I have to struggle Zionism in France. I have to struggle Zionism, the Zionist states. I have to struggle the French capitalist state. It is here at home. I don't need to be in solidarity and to give me a good consciousness being in solidarity. It is enough to destroy and to participate to the destruction of the modern state. This is our task, and this is the main and the most efficient way to share the work with the South. They do the job. They are fighting. They are fighting. They do the job, and we have to do the job here. That's it. This is what I want to do. I don't want to build a known good consciousness. I don't want to be paternalistic. I don't want to do that. And I know that the South often give us the way. The Palestinians do the job, and they do it for us. And I think that we are very. I'm talking very generally speaking. We are not aware of our selfishness when we are not aware of the fact that they are struggling also, because when they do that, they are weakening the enemies, and who are the enemies? Our own enemies. So when they do that, they are weakening our enemies, and we have just to do the same here in I wanted to say in Paris. Where are we? In Malmö.
Thank you.
One question here, we have one question there, and then we have one short question here. Okay, so you can start.
Thank you. I mean, you raised in so many questions for me, but unfortunately I have to choose one. And my question is, I mean, we are recognizing that there is like a white working class that is having privileges, had privileges historically, and we are at the same time speaking about alliances, right? So, I mean, if we talk like non-whites, people from the south living in the north. So why would the white working class lose their privileges? I mean, if there is an alliance, why would they give up their privileges? And in other words, to make it like in simple terms, since in Sweden we are heavy coffee drinkers, is the white working class willing to pay for the real price of coffee? Because I think it will raise a lot of protest if they had to pay the real price of coffee. Thank you.
I said that in my talk. I said that they probably choose fascism for that, probably. But in the same time, life is never as simple as that. Hopefully. In France, 20 years ago, we wouldn't have dreamt of La France Insoumise. It was impossible to even think that something like La France Insoumise will arrive. This is a white party. I wouldn't say revolutionary party, and I wouldn't say non-white party. It's a white party, a white left party. But it is against Islamophobia, it stands for Palestine, and it is against police crimes and racist crimes. So for us, it's a dream. For a country like France, really. And it's very surprising, very surprising. But at the same time, you have to stay very materialistic. It's not magical. In France, there are struggles. We struggled as non-whites in France for a long time against police crimes, against racism, against Islamophobia, for Palestine, anti-imperialist struggles. So we did that a long time. But what we did is not what we did is more than that. Is to challenge the white left. 20 years of challenge. 20 years imposing a new theory in France. 20 years saying that we don't like your communism. We don't like your feminism. We don't like your class struggle, your trade unions. They are Eurocentric. You are talking from a position of whiteness, even what you call class struggle. Your class struggle is counter-revolutionary. Your class struggle is counter-revolutionary because it is based on the idea that the French state is a colonial country, and you don't make this in question, and you profit from that. So we decided to impose a new theory, and we imposed a struggle on the basis on this theory, the colonial theory, being totally Marxist in a way that we were very materialistic, but not only materialistic and in the same time mystical, because we don't reject God, we don't reject sensibility, we don't reject poetry. For us, politics is not like the French Marxists, something only economical or only materialistic. There's something, we want to put the alma in the center, the spirit. So when we did that for 20 years, putting it in question everything. When I say everything, it means only what is supposed to be, among the French left, a kind of beauty. Feminism is a kind of beauty for them. Being feminist is very good. We said we're not sure of that. This is our response. We're not sure of that. We are not sure about being LGBT is something beautiful. For you maybe. For you maybe. But we are not in the same place, and in our place, our vision is not the same. Our vision is not the same, because we know that heterosexism was imposed by you in our countries. We know that. So maybe the LGBT question is an answer to your problems, but we have other problems. For feminism, it's the same. Women is an eternal victim of patriarchy? I'm not sure. In France, it's true. It's true. I'm not saying that in modern society, woman is not a victim. I think women are victims of the patriarchal system. But the patriarchal system, when you put decolonial glasses in France, you see that this patriarchy, this white patriarchy, is submitting white women, non-white women, and black men also. Black males are victims of white supremacists, of white patriarchy. So when you put our glasses, we see that in our society, in our community, our men, are more victims than non-white women, than me. In France, I'm not victim of police crimes, I'm not in prison, I'm not checked by the police, controlled by the police, only men of color. So, if you put white glasses, you see only the oppression of women and non-white women, because it's it's like the relation with the South, very paternalistic with us as women, because we are supposed to be oppressed by our families and community, which is not untrue. It's true, partly, by our families, but our men are oppressed by the state. The main targets of racism in France are men of color. So what I can do with feminism in this particular situation? So you understand when I say we put into question everything that comes from the white field. Everything, because this is a knowledge and struggles that are born in a particular situation, they own. So in one way, we provincialized, on a provincialisé the whites, saying you are the fruit of you are the product of a history, of a particular history, and we are not concerned by your condition. We have our own conditions. So what I was saying is that we impose a new theory in France and a new struggle. And the result of that was a huge confrontation with the white field. I was always treated as a witch. I don't care, because what I said is that I want to escape you. This is my only ambition, not to become you. So I have to stay in my position and I have to challenge you in this way, and you are not going to impose me as you imposed to our ancestors all your views. For example, the French Revolution. I respect the French Revolution, and I think that if the French are not as barbarian as it should be, it's also thanks to the French Revolution. Also thanks to that. Good. I respect it. But it's the history of the French. We are coming from elsewhere. And I am the product of the liberation of my ancestors from Algeria. The French Revolution has nothing to do with that. So I am someone else. And I want to impose my historical personality in France. And this is what I am. So, doing all that and making France of non-white people, blacks, Muslims, Arabs, Roma people, against police crimes, because we are all concerned by police crimes, for example. We did that, big France. We imposed a narrative on the French state. And when the uprisings of the whites, of the yellow vests, you've heard about that, when it comes, and they were repressed by the police, they understood that there was a problem with the state, and then as we struggled for years against this question, they began to understand what we were saying about state violence and state racism. And at this point, we were able to make alliances. At this point, I'm not saying that it was the revolution, because most of them are still racist, still homophobic, still sexist, still anti-Semitic. We agree with that. We know that. We know that. But it's important to make alliances in a strategical moment. And it was a strategical moment. And this strategical moment was exploited. I don't have the word, the real word, but understand what I mean. Was exploited by La France Insoumise, saying that the question of police states is a question for everyone. You understand? So this enables the France Insoumise to become stronger. This is why we can rely, we're not totally, we can rely on La France Insoumise, but we want to stay outside La France Insoumise because we don't believe, we can't afford to believe a left party. We can't afford it now. It's too soon for us. We have to be strategic. We can accompany La France Insoumise and we can stay outside La France Insoumise to make our own politics. This is what we do.
Do you help me pass it? Yeah.
Yeah, this my question is actually kind of a follow-up to the previous question, and it is about how to be able to sell the ideas of decolonialization and to make them to make the white people give up the advantages that this history of colonization has benefited white people. And personally, I find it very hard to sell a lot of left-wing ideas through a moral lens of using example whatever left-wing belief I'm talking about as a way of this is a good thing morally. And I often find it far more advantageous to try to discuss these ideas from a more of a materialistic lens of talking about these people in what privilege, if it is economic privilege, if they're bourgeois, or if they're white, or if they're man, through a very about the materialistic benefits of what this justice would bring. So my question is really, when it comes to this, to those people with, as you used the expression before, white glasses on, what are good argumentative strategies to use that would persuade them from a sense of, instead of it just being that, oh, we should start decolonization because it's a moral good thing, but also use from materialistic, that as society for both whites and non-whites, that this is beneficial for both parties.
I think you're not going to convince anyone individually. It's a waste of time. I don't do that individually. It's nonsense. I think you have to act as political activists. It means that you have to train cadres, people who can become activists and militants and who already agree with this transformation and wants to the end of whiteness, of white supremacy. And you have to convince people who are already convinced. It seems paradoxical, but we have to strengthen our not communities, but our political organizations. This is what we have to do first. It means that people who are here today If they are here, it's because they are convinced. They want to fight racism. So we have to strengthen our organizations on this basis and try to convince, but not people individually. We have to convince by offering a project, something concrete that can be in competition with whiteness, with white supremacy, which is very difficult because I know that it's difficult to offer something better than whiteness. And I know that's why. There's nothing better than whiteness. Nothing. Nothing. Actually, non-white people of color living in France are so whitened that they don't want to share their privilege with the migrants.
Same here.
They are racist. They are racist. This is the problem. This is the main problem. Living here makes us become white and so racist. So it's not a question of individuals. It's a question of system. It's a question of system. We are not going to lose our time trying to convince people individually. But what I know in France, what I know when I propose this strategy of beaux et barbares, barbarians and rednecks, it's not a romantic proposition. It doesn't mean that we are going to be all together in the streets fighting in one direction. No, it won't be as romantic as that. Not at all. I'm trying to understand what is a good proposition for the whites. And I'm thinking more of this question than what is good for the non-whites. Clearly. Why? Because the whites are the danger for us. So I have to be very clear about that. So I have, as a people of color, I have to think about you, about your interest. Because you are the majority, you understand, as whites, you are the majority, and you are going to probably to put fascists in power. And the first victim of the fascists will be us. So we have to be very clear on that. I need to find a solution that is good for you, not for me. This is why, for the French, in the French context, I know that the middle and the white proletariat, generally speaking, is against Europe. Is against Europe. Because Europe is only a racial pact, not a social pact. Europe is diminishing the social pact of the French people regarding to the economic situation and symbolic situation, and also economic and yes, and democratic situation. Because of Europe, democracy is weakening in France because of Europe, and Europe is deciding itself if we can build a hospital in the suburbs of Paris or not, in the campaigns of Paris or not. Okay, so if Europe is the enemy of the subaltern classes in France, we should be against Europe. And this is what we do. And I am, as decolonial, I'm not talking about the whites, but as a decolonial, I am also against Europe. Because Europe is imperialist, Europe is racist, and inside Europe, fascism is growing. So I have the same interest as a decolonial citizen, as the same problem as the white proletariat. So we have both a common interest in the end of this Europe. So for me, this is a proposition. So, as you see, it's not a romantic proposition, as you see. But it serves the interests of all the subaltern classes, whites included. But I know that abandoning Europe is not a solution, because if you abandon Europe, you come back to the nation state, and the nation state is also racist. I know that, but now it depends on your program. What is your program? Is it a program, a right program, or a left program, a decolonial program? This is what we have to think about.
Thank you. We have one question there, and then there was someone that I made eye contact with over here. That was you, and then we have you. And then hopefully there will be time for even more questions after.
Hello. So my question is aimed more towards organization as a leftist community and decolonizing. Within the years that I've been organizing in Sweden, I've been, now I'm not organized, due to the reason about there's a lot of internal conflicts within the leftist groups. One of them, that was my analysis at some point, was the drama between activists when the analysis, because I'm a sociologist, and then I kind of realized that when people with a lot of traumas were connected in a group of people, it became that the conflicts they were having, even if they were people of color, the conflict was a lot of the hierarchical ways of who gets to be more oppressed in a group. So it was a lot of, I will not work with this person because this person and I ended up in a discussion where I had more right to speak than this person because I'm more oppressed than this person. You understand what I mean? So I do perfectly. Yeah, and I do. And so my question is like, first, have you also analyzed that within the leftist groups? And I also, do you believe that there's a way of strategically unite? Because for me, that's like about ego and not about the struggle. Whenever you start speaking about from yourself and only about your personal experiences of oppression, then you forgot the struggle. So the question is, how can we heal the left in Sweden to be able to start working together instead of keep on fighting our personal egocentric struggles? Yes, thank you.
We are facing the same problem in Paris, in France. This is a very liberal way of challenging politics, of doing politics. And what we do is to escape these people. That's it. If people like this come into our group and they begin to talk about themselves, and even if they are non-whites, and even if they talk about racism, we don't want to work with them. Go to a group where you want to belong, yes, but in a liberal way, but in a, how can we say? Because I think that a lot of people make a confusion between doing politics and doing therapy. Yes. And I said to them, I'm not a therapist, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go elsewhere, not with us. And we don't have any pity. Pity.
Yeah.
Pity? Sympathy. We don't have any sympathy for people of color behaving like that. No. And I don't want any explanation. I don't have time to waste. If they have individual problems, they can have friends, they can have doctors, they can have psychanalysts or therapists, but not us. We are activists. So I don't talk about myself. Maybe I have problems, but it's very selfish to come and destroy groups on the basis of that. It's very bad. It's very bad, and I don't have a bad conscience about that. Not at all. And there is the same problem in the white left. Yes. We are organizing in 2 weeks in Paris a big forum entitled Against Liberal Feminism, Against Liberal and Civilizational Feminism, a decolonial and feminist answer to war. This is what we are organizing against these people. Against these people, because we are targeting the states. If we are feminists, we don't have time to target every man, because if we know that patriarchy is systematic, yes, every man can be sexist, okay, but it's not something new for us. We know that before. Even if I don't know Ramon, I know that he is constructed by the system. So it's not a revelation. So yes, I believe he will behave as a man, and it's the same for the whites. But what I expect from a white is not to behave as a white, is to struggle in his organizations against Islamophobia. It's enough for me. And this white who behaves as a white, I'm not going to marry him. So it's not a problem for me. He's not my partner. So in a private, I have a lot of exigences, demands. I have a lot in my private life, but in politics, I don't have time for that. So I can work with whites who can be Islamophobic, who can be who can be this, who can be that. Not perfect, and I know they won't be perfect. But if they work in their organization against police crimes, for me it's okay. It's okay, because we don't have time for that. We don't have time. Fascism is coming. We don't have time for that. Not at all. It's a waste of time.
So do you think there is like a possibility as an organization, a political activist organization, to be able to take? Okay, sorry.
Sorry. Do you think that there is a possibility as an activist or political organization to be able to separate the private sphere towards the political sphere? And maybe that's also a thing we should be teaching activists to do?
It's very difficult. I'm not saying it's easy, but we have to make all our efforts to concentrate on the aim, on the objectives. We have to do that as an organization. This is what we have to do. It's difficult. I'm not saying it's not. I think it's very difficult to support, not to support, supporter, mais en français it's to work with the white left. I know. Even if it, for example, when it comes to Zionism, for example, it's horrible. I know. But I give you an example. We are anti-Zionists. And we want to work with an anti-Zionist left. This is a dream. But the left is not totally anti-Zionist. So this is a fact. So when there are the genocide in Gaza, we know that the people in Gaza want the European societies to demonstrate largely. So we accept, so as we know that, and as we are not sectarian, and as we think about the interest of the Palestinian, not ours, we are able to work with left Zionists. Yes, it's terrible to say that, but in a conjuncture, we have to be very clear. We are not Zionists, but if we want a big demonstration against the genocide, we have to accept even the Socialist Party. The Socialist Party, we hate them, but we have to consider that to work in the interest of the Palestinians. But in the same time, we can do big demonstration with everybody in the streets in Paris, everybody, because the state is against us, doesn't want us to demonstrate. So we have to be like this, and in the same time, in another time, we do conferences, anti-Zionist conferences by ourselves. We do that. So we work, we do both things for strategical questions. This is politics.
Thank you so much.
I have a question that's connected to this. Would be okay?
Maybe because I'm trying to be nice to people who have waited with their hands, I'm just gonna go to your question and then your question, and then we'll see how much more time we have, if that's okay. The plan is to eat at 4:40, so we have some time, but just to make sure that we...
Hi, thank you for the speech, first of all. My question was, I think maybe you addressed it a bit in your other questions, but I was wondering what we could do as leftists with regards to how easy it is for right-wing politics to infiltrate communities of migrants and diaspora people. For example, the Cuban community in the US is really well known for being incredibly racist and against the interests of Cuba. And maybe more locally, there's a lot of maybe infamous Arab and Palestinian media heads, I guess, that are very Zionist. So I was wondering what you would think about how we can combat that right-wing effect.
The right wing of people of color. Okay. If they are right wing, we have to fight them. You have to fight them. No problem. As a white, you can say I'm an anti-white and anti-fascist white, and I'm fighting the Cubans who are with Trump. It's not a problem. You have to do that. No problem. No, I mean that you think that maybe as white, it's a problem, it's a moral problem, maybe. This is the question? No? No, so maybe I have not understood.
The infiltration.
Ah, the infiltration.
Yeah, it was something.
The infiltration of...
The infiltration of right-wing people into the left-wing or into migrant communities, is that what you're saying?
How is it possible to the right wing to infiltrate immigrants? Migrant communities.
Migrants are not a homogeneous society. Migrants are different positions. Class position, race position.
But can you give me an example, because to understand exactly what you mean?
One example is the Cuban community in the US.
Yes.
Generally very right-wing.
Yes.
And there's a problem.
But they are not infiltrating anyone. They are as Cuban, they are racist. What do you mean by they are infiltrated? As they...
I mean, like, how do we as leftists can spread more leftist ideology into these communities?
Yes.
Taken over by more right-wing ideologies.
Yes. Okay. So this is what I was saying just now, is that we have in our communities people who are becoming very racist. They don't want to share. This is the problem of sharing. This problem is the problem of sharing our privileges with the other migrants, with the new migrants. So we become racist. So as people of color, we have to fight that. We have to propose something else, because the problem is that integration to the system is what is offered to us. And what is offered with that is to be in the service of white supremacy. You are integrated, but you have to be in the service of white supremacy. This is what happened to the Jews. This is what happened to the Jews. Not only the Cubans. The Jews is the same. In France, for example, they were victims of racism for years and years, and siècles. Centuries, and when the system proposed them the state of Israel, a lot of them, not all of them, of course, but a lot of them accepted this pact with the devil. So now they are in the service of white supremacy. This is what Israel is doing. So the Cuban in the US and the Jews in Israel, I think it's the same. It's not a big difference. And I can talk about our behavior in France as immigrant descents. We are the same. We don't want to help the migrants. We are ashamed by them. They give a very bad image of us when they come, and they are seen as beggars. So this is what I was saying since the beginning. We are becoming white. And I said, the first thing I said, I don't want to become white. So if I don't want to become white, and if you don't want to stay white, if you're white, I don't know, we have to struggle in the same way. We have to be decolonial. We have to be anti-fascist. This is what we have, and we have to impose our ideas. But before convincing the Cubans, we have to become strong. So we have to do a political struggle. We have to train, to form and to train cadres, decolonial cadres. We have to be cadres. This is what you have to do, because the Cubans are going to stay racist if there is no other political offer, a better offer than integration, a better offer than whiteness. This is our problem. But whiteness now is so crazy with Trump, is so crazy that maybe thanks to the craziness of Trump, maybe white people are becoming conscious that war is at the end of this mentality, of this project. If they don't want war, if they want peace, and if peace is above whiteness, if peace is more precious than whiteness, maybe there will be a solution. Maybe. This is, in my first book, this is what I said 10 years ago. I said, the only thing, the real thing we have to offer is peace. Is peace more precious than whiteness? This is the question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure because the problem with whiteness is that the whites think that war is for the others. It's not for them. So, if war begins to enter the European fortress,
Yeah.
maybe they will think that they are not protected anymore. And if they are not protected anymore, maybe they will do something. I'm not sure. Because if they are not protected, if they feel that they are in danger, the problem is that they can also become more racist than they are, more fascist. This is the problem with whiteness. There's no, really, we have to understand that there is no magical solution. Whiteness is a problem. Whites, really, whites are the problem. But when I say whites, I repeat, we are among the whites. The Cubans are among the whites. So we have to find a solution to integration to whiteness. So it means a revolutionary project, a total revolution, the end of capitalism, for example. I'm laughing. I'm laughing because it's in the same time it's a dream, but we don't have any choice. We don't have any choice. We have to stay optimistic. If not, if you're not optimistic, we can make suicide. That's it.
We have a question here as well.
Thank you, Houria. I've read your book, Uniting Rednecks and Barbarians, and I like the proactive way of strategizing around how to move forward together. I just would like to elaborate a bit on the because you refer a lot to like how you did in France with the left, the white left, as a way of succeeding. I feel that a challenge for me is that you based your participation in this coalition as a movement that gets demonized, a movement that gets villainized, whereas the White Party and its members, they get the resources, they get the credit, they get the power positions, and when they sit in the power, no one is going to be accounting them for anything. So you might put them in power because of your strong movement. You get demonized. You're not going to get any type of respect or the same positions as the people that you put in power. Meanwhile, you have the white left sitting there and gaining everything that you built for them, and they don't need to give back anything. So in my sense, going back to what you presented earlier, I still believe that this way of uniting us is still based on an asymmetrical idea of us, that black and brown people should do the dirty work, and that the white parties get all the successes for it, or the acknowledgements and so forth. Do you feel that has this been a concern in France, that, for instance, maybe Muslim communities give their votes for something that they, okay, you saw what Mélenchon said that we're going to fight for Muslims, or the white left leader said that they're going to fight for Muslims, but are we going to just base our votes and support on words, or how do we make sure that we can have accountability on them? Do we have some mechanisms within the party system, or the parliament, or So just these thoughts I've been elaborating a lot about, and on how we should organize so it becomes more equal for both sides. Thank you.
The inequality and it doesn't work.
Oh, that's great. Do you want to switch to this microphone for a second? I'm going to try to see if it works.
So the inequality and the asymmetry is natural. Is natural here in Europe because we are not politically influenced and powerful, because we are a minority. So this is a fact. This is not something you can change just by saying I want to be treated as inequality. I can say that. I can recognize that they profit from their position, and I can do anything about that because we are not able to be stronger than we are. And I always say we have the Mélenchon that we deserve. We have La France Insoumise that we deserve. We can't have something else because we are a minority and most of us don't do anything. People are not activists. People are not doing anything. The amount of people struggling and involved in the struggle is a minority, a very small minority in the minority. So when people come to me and say, yes, but how can we trust Mélenchon? Okay, I say to them, but what do, you as people of color in France, to change the situation? Nothing. We are a few people struggling. This is a fact. This is a fact. So what can we do with that? And the second thing is that since 7 October, the ones who took the bullet of the media are La France Insoumise. They took the bullet instead of us. You understand what I mean? If La France Insoumise was not there, I would have taken the bullet. So, in one way, they protected us. They protected us. So, how can I evaluate what they do? By that. I would have been the first, because as people of color struggling for Palestine, in this situation, if La France Insoumise didn't exist, we would have been the first targets. It was not the case during this period, which was very, very, very hard in France particularly, because there was a resistance in France, a big resistance by this white left, which is not strictly a white left, because it was produced also by our struggle. So I consider that we are morally inside of this left, even if we are outside. I'm not inside, but I know that a part of ourselves, of our struggle, is inside. So they took the bullet for us. So this is the way I can say that there is something that exists in terms of alliance. And I told in my talk that we have to stay inside because we can't be in confidence with the white left. So I'm totally aware of that. So we still have to construct our organizations, but this is the same problem. Who are the people who are going to struggle? Do they exist really? Are they involved in the struggle? I think there should be more. We are millions in France, millions of Muslims, for example, millions of Muslims. And we are not so many struggling. So this is a contradiction that has to be resolved in our community.
Just one last thought on that. Thank you. That with resources, you also get the longevity of things. And I'm just like seeing my fellow sisters, my wife, and other people that we're also a part of an anti-racist movement in Sweden. And what I feel is that without any resources, soon enough, like we're gonna also vanish. You know, like the white parties and the white politicians, they will keep on going because they get things back. Meanwhile, we get nothing other than being demonized. So in terms of absolutely, we can make a deal and strategize around some upcoming election. But in long term, I don't know if I'm going to be sitting with Aftab here or Mayra because we're not getting anything but shit back. So like that asymmetrical relationship is also part of like how to understand the longevity of things. Like how can we work long term together and not only until the next elections. So yeah.
Oh, I forgot that this doesn't work. Yeah. Yes, I understand totally what you are saying, but I'm talking about the struggle of 20 years. So until now, I've never go to conferences with La France Insoumise. They don't ask me to be present with them. I'm always outside. I'm still a witch. So we have to be clear about that. But I don't care about that. I don't care. We continue our work because, for example, as we are autonomous, we are very free to say whatever we want. And we were extremely clear about what they say about Iran, for example. We were extremely right because they were in solidarity because they are against l'ingérence. L'ingérence. Intervention. They were against the intervention of the West in Venezuela, and they were for the intervention in Iran. So we are free to say that we don't agree with the France Insoumise. So we can deal with our contradiction very easily because we are not part of them. But in the same time, I say again that if La France Insoumise is not the winner of the next elections, fascism is coming, and then for us, for you, for me, it would be worse. We have to be very pragmatic about that. We have to be clear. So now, in France, there will be the next election in March. The municipal, comment on dit ici les municipales? The municipal elections in France, and we are thinking about this election as places, if La France Insoumise win these places, it would be places against fascism tomorrow. So we have to win these places to be able then, after that, if a fascist power is coming, to have these places to continue the struggle. But if everything is in the end of fascism, we won't be even able to do demonstrations for Palestine, for example. So we have to think just strategically. I don't think that La France Insoumise or the white left are decolonial. I'm not saying that at all. But as we are, the relation of power is not in our favor, we have to think strategically. And I can't think here because I don't know anything about the situation in Sweden. I can talk only about France. French is very specific, and the relation between the decolonial movement and the white left is something very important and serious because there is a history, a strong history. Maybe it's not the same here, so I can't talk about your situation here. In France, it's clearer than that.
We have time for one more question, and I saved that one for you, and maybe for you then as well. But the plan is to eat at 4:40, so we have about 13 minutes. Mind you that I think there's some people that showed up that maybe didn't sign up. We have about food for about 80 people, maybe more. There's pretty big portions. So let's try to be in solidarity with each other when we take food later, just a reminder. But you can go on with the question.
Thank you. I also have read your work. I would like to thank you for everything you said. It gave me a lot. But I would like to ask as well, like just like you reframed now at the very end, with the careful of speaking in the rooms you enter. Because when you come from like 20 years of organizing and struggling in France, which looks totally different to what we have here in Sweden, where the rooms are extremely segregated, and we're talking about like the problems, for example, of minorities, black people, people of colors in the rooms, fighting over, struggling over, having their struggle of the place of no being recognized by the others that are oppressed in the zone of being. It's a very delicate subject here because the majority of the rooms we went, like people of color have already left. There is a very big, it's very natural to pathologize. It's very natural here to stigmatize activism that are migrants, people of color, non-binary, conformative in whatever sense we have. And based on your experience, I would like as well to ask, like, if you could share any insight of what you think there would be the best way of, in this consensus, right, where you walk in places, in political organizing places, and you have like 1, 2, max 3 people of color among of people that are white passing migrants, for example, and they are addressing their oppressive experience in the system through a Marxist, white feminist perspective. How do we address this inequality without becoming white ourselves into doing this compromise that you're asking for? Because in a sense of another, we talk a lot about here of not being like today, not having the time, and this sense of urgency also worries me, like from from my understanding as an indigenous person, of this urgency is also white. The problem has been here for really long, but how do we address this without diminishing the need of our people, the people in the zone of non-being, being educated? Because if somebody's needed the empowerment and education are these people in order to maintain the struggle decolonial. Does it make sense?
Yes, yes. Totally.
The first thing is when I travel, this is why I begin by saying I'm talking about France. I'm very cautious about that because I know that I don't know anything about the other context. So I'm always talking about the situation in France and my experience in France. First, the second thing, I said that my reference is Abdelmalek Sayad, who said, to exist is to exist politically. So first of all, before thinking about alliances and talking with the white, left, etc., we have to exist. So this is the first step. In France, I'm talking about a struggle of more than 20 years. And according to me, but before me, there was always struggles from people of color. So our first thing was to cut, to make a rupture with the white left and to organize politically against the white left. And in El Camino, le chemin, the road, the path to now, we met a lot of people of color, having this problem, not to feel safe in their organization, being oppressed by the white left, etc., etc., etc. So what we said, always come into our organization, and then we will be stronger to fight the left. So my experience is that most of these people didn't want to come in our spaces. They stayed outside. We were a very small community, of strugglers. So this is the thing. Now, as political activists, we are confronted to a lot of it, not only people of color, feminists, white feminists, a lot of people having the same behavior and the same demands to the political organizations. So we have, as political activists, we have to do a choice. We have to do a choice and to be very clear on what we want in our organization, on what type of activists we want in our organization. Because these people, I am non-white. I know exactly where is the problem. But I have objectives. I have political objectives, and believe me, I don't have time with that. It's not because I don't want. I don't have time because we are millions in these situations. Millions. So, as political activists, we have to take the firm decision not to listen to that. It's also a question of emergency to have our spaces. It's a question of emergency, and it's a question of death also. So we don't have the time, we don't have the means, we don't have the meaning, we don't have money, we don't have the spaces, we have nothing. When we do meetings, it's in the cafes in Paris. We don't have a space like this one. So we don't have time to, we don't have the meaning, we don't have the possibilities, we don't have the material, the time to that. And in the same time, this situation is instrumentalized by the whites. It is instrumentalized by the whites. You should listen to these people. You should be more aware of that. There are problems of sexism. There are problems of racism. There are problems of LGBT. There are problems of social problems. Why don't you? You should care more about social problems. People don't have time to, don't have money to eat, don't have money. You understand? We don't have time for that.
So we decided to do only politics, and if you're not ready to that, we don't have time for that. We have to be ready for that. We have to be ready to fight fascism. This is the problem. This is the problem. I'm not, and we something else, we are not magicians. I know everything that happens in our communities. When I have a woman telling me that she is suffering from sexism in our communities, it's true. It's true, but they have, it's true, but I don't have time to deal with everything. You know, this is the problem. I don't know if my answer is what you were.
I asked for. I appreciate. I asked for your personal experience, so there is no right answer to it. So there is a book written in Brazil in the '84 called "Becoming Black," which is written for Neuza Santos, which was the first woman to address all the illness that happened when a black person moves from the zone of non-being, and by inside the perspective of coloniality of power is placed inside of the zone of being. That can be like due to gender or most commonly because of the class. This is a very strong tool for addressing this kind of problematics we have in the rules of organizing.
Just repeat that. I missed
Becoming Black.
Yes.
The name is Neuza Santos. It's from '86, if I have it right.
What is he saying exactly?
She describes she maps the process of like mental illness that has been occurred in people that navigated what's called a class journey, can be said that, inside Brazil, which is a very diverse society. Yeah. But then she placed that into the black analysis of how this, in place of the race, is being moved from the zone of non-being to the zone of being due to the class aspects of it. So this is a little bit of how it is for us. The process is navigating between moving from the places, like from being migrant, moving as black and becoming white when we're moving to the northern parts of the globe. And I think it's very.
This is the same for us.
Exactly. So it's a very good tool.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay, perfect. Sadly, I said that we have so much time for questions, but I don't think there would ever be enough time for questions actually today. Now we are going to eat. Is the food outside? Yeah, perfect, wonderful. Okay, so there is going to be, before we stand up, we're gonna eat until 5:30. And then we're going to come back, and then we're going to listen to Katya. And after that, we're going to have a break, and then we're going to listen to a wonderful panel. Maybe some more of your thoughts also will be spoken about. And the food is both vegan and gluten-free. Keep in mind, we have food for 80 people. If you didn't sign up, or if you signed up late, maybe we can be mindful how much food we take. There's 3 different places, and if you would like to donate anything, there's going to be these. There's a Swish code here, that you can donate to an orphan village in Gaza for the food. If you're ready. Okay. So thank you. Thank you, Tiffany. I'm so sorry.
y hay mucha gente que está arroz y no habla non è mentira, però non è ni bonita vida tampoco.
Okay, we're gonna start again, and some of our translators are probably gonna come in again. En påminnelse att om du vill ha översättning från engelska till svenska så kan man ta en sån här mackapär och sen plugga in en sån här hörlurar. Så blir det översatt från engelska till svenska, eller det blir tolkat, förlåt, det är simultantolkning. Det är en stor skillnad. But we don't have our translators here yet. So you'll have to, they're gonna come in with some other people. I hope you enjoyed the food. I thought it was wonderful. And I think there's also still some more food. So in case you get hungry a little bit later, there's more food to take. The schedule that we have is still ongoing, but we're about like 15 minutes after the time. So every single time is gonna keep being the same, but about 15 minutes late. We're going to hear from Katya, and then after that we're gonna have a 15-minute break, and then we're gonna have a panel that is constituted of by movements that are challenging the colonial order that we've heard, that we all know too well. To create some, but it's really wonderful to hear all of your discussions over the food. I wish that we could have more time for every single part of this. I think the discussions over food about everything that we've been listening to is just as important, honestly. Maybe even more, who knows? But we have some more people incoming, so I'll wait like 2 more minutes and then we're gonna start.
Come collo.
Okej.
Smakat bara bakåt.
Det betyder att...
Det är att spela till.
Okej, men det betyder inte att lägga upp.
Jo.
Men det gör det. Vet ni var de här batterierna kommer ifrån?
Nej.
Ja, men jag ska bara byta batterier här.
Nej, jag vet, men jag tänker att... Okay, let's start. So, hi, welcome back. I hope your discussions over dinner were exciting, wonderful, amazing. That we're all learning something and talking together. That's also one important part of this. So that we don't just listen and sit with information idly, but we use it for something.
Hola, hola.
Oh no, it works perfect. Okay, now all of our tech also works. That's amazing. Okay, so just like with the previous parts of the program, there's going to be space for questions. Probably, I realized, probably there's not going to be enough time for... Kan du höja ettan igen? There's probably not going to be enough time for questions, just like with the other parts of the program. But we're going to try our best to make sure that all of our questions get answered. And otherwise, maybe you guys can the whole point is to keep the discussions going after this event anyways. So one thing that you can all do is to, if you like what you hear, you can also go in on Instagram, and also you have a website as well for decolonial dialogues, right? It's called Decolonial Dialogues, which is what partly Ramon and Katya have in Andalusia in Granada. We're also going to be a group that goes to Granada from Sweden. And if you're interested in joining, this is going to be over Easter. So if you're interested in going, talk to one of us that's organizing, and it would be wonderful to have some of you with us. And yeah, I'm gonna give it over to Katya. So yeah.
Thank you very much, first of all, to all the organizers and to all the people who is together this day with us. I will talk about an unknown Marx. I want you to listen to paragraphs with all your attention, okay? Because it is very important for the whole conference. The first one. Marx is one of those critical thinkers about whom everyone on the left believes they know something. Marx is said to have abandoned philosophy after overcoming Hegelian idealism, and to have turned to economics in order to develop the scientific method of historical materialism. Whereas for Hegel, reality was spiritual, for Marx it was material, that is, physical and economic. Since, according to Marx, matter is primary and consciousness is derived from it. Drawing on the Hegelian dialectical method, supposedly structured around thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, Marx is said to have developed the method of dialectic materialism as the determination of the superstructure by the infrastructure. And finally, for Marx, history would drive humanity to socialism as the culmination of the capitalist stage through class struggle. That is the first paragraph, okay? Practically, everything stated in the previous paragraph is false, except for the first sentence. That is, Marx is one of those critical thinkers about whom everyone on the left believes they know something. What is most striking, however, is that despite being demonstrably false, this cliché about Marx has been reproduced by 20th century Marxism, that is, Eurocentric Marxism, up to the present, and it has prevented the arrival to a Marxism for the 21st century, that is, a decolonial Marxism. A similar paragraph was written by Terry Pinkard on the book Hegel, a biography. So in reference to Hegel, Pinkard argues that the 20th century failed to understand Hegel's dialectic. This compelled us to the question: the interpretation offered by 20th century Marxism, that is Eurocentric Marxism, regarding Marx's inversion on Hegelian dialectics. It seems that we haven't understood Marx's method. To open the path toward a new reading of Marx, let us pose a series of questions. The first one: did you know that the Marx we know was constructed by Stalinism? That's a little bit shocked. This is extremely serious, but 20th century Marxism, that is Eurocentric Marxism, is not conscious about it. The first edition of Marx's work was produced on a Stalinist period, and it has never been questioned. Second, did you know that the iconic text, The German Ideology, was written neither by Marx nor by Engels, but rather constitutes a Frankenstein monster? That is, a false ideological construction produced by orthodox Stalinist Marxism. Unrelated writings were assembled and structured all together to appear as a coherent text. Yes, like cut and paste. And you know, the original manuscript is full of, drawings, cigarettes, wine, ¿cómo se dice gotas? Drops. Exactly. So it wasn't that serious, that manuscript. But for Marxism, Eurocentric Marxism, it was very serious text. Okay, the third one. Did you know that the famous introduction to the Grundrisse, where Marx supposedly explained his dialectical method, is in fact a text Marx never published? It was a private and early manuscript written for himself, but before he has produced his research of Capital. Nevertheless, it was later presented as Marx's great method for all the Eurocentric Marxism, even though Marx's final methodological exposition is actually found in the chapter 1 of Capital. Fourth, did you know that the volumes 2nd and 3rd of Capital were edited by Engels from notes of Marx, and that these two volumes were truly written by Marx, published much later and only in German? These texts were unknown to 20th century Eurocentric Marxism, because they were only published recently in the original German language. Moreover, scholars such as Michael Heinrich, one of the leading experts on the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, that is the MEGA, argue that these volumes contain a Marx crucial for understanding the process of financialization of capital today. Fifth, did you know that the infrastructure-superstructure relationship is in fact a reductive cartoon of Marx's method? Marx mentioned it only in passing in an early text and never returned to the topic. Yet, 20th century Eurocentric Marxism incessantly repeated it as Marx's method. Sixth, did you know that Hegel never spoke of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis? This is another empty reductionism with no relation to Hegel nor Marx dialectics. 7. Did you know that Marx never developed either a historical materialism or a dialectical materialism? Both were invention of 20th century Eurocentric Marxism. Marx never used those terms. Okay. This critique that we are presenting to you today is beyond Stalinism and Trotskyism, because both were Eurocentric Marxisms, and each one has its own problems. Enrique Dussel, a leading Latin American philosopher and founder of philosophy of liberation, was among the first to shed light on this issue and to speak of a Marx unknown to 20th century critical thought and decolonial Marx. He talked about decolonial Marx. Dussel reconstructed Marx's thought genealogically, even identifying the dates on which fundamental categories such as surplus value, living labor, or life itself emerged. Dussel is one of a few scholars to have undertaken such meticulous work, yet because he is Latin American, he remains largely unknown, of course, here in Europe. For instance, Marcello Musto, I don't know if some of you know about him. He's very famous now as a very important Marxist. Well, Marcello Musto, who studied with Enrique Dussel and learned this history from him, never cites him, never quotes Enrique Dussel. Okay? In this sense, Latin American intellectuals continues to suffer from extractivism, not only on natural resources, but also of knowledge, as Ramón Grosfoguel has argued in several works. What? No, I thought you were speaking to. Enrique Dussel discovered that the latest Marx was very decolonial. Marx criticized the foundation not only of capitalism, but also the foundation of modern society. That's the topic we want to talk about today. Modernity is a civilization of death, as Ramon said in his presentation. So our aim is not merely to claim that Marx has been misread over the last century and a half, since the issue is not whether an author is read correctly or incorrectly. That is not the important thing. Rather, our purpose is to reveal the political consequences of the dominant interpretation. The limitations produced by this reading of Marx have generated serious problems within leftist movements when attempting to understand reality and develop concrete political projects. Accordingly, we address here the question of the inversion of the dialectical method in order to contribute to renew the understanding of Marx's work and to rethink what it means to be left today. Enrique Dussel discovered that Marx did a decolonial turn during the last decades of his work. Okay, so let's go to the inversion. Marx claimed that capital constitutes an inversion of Hegelian dialectic. This is very important and very abstract topic, but it is central for our struggles. What does it mean? What does the inversion of Hegelian dialectics mean? It has often been simplistically explained as follows. If Hegel was idealist, then Marx developed a materialist dialectic. Every idea, thought, and concept emerge from a specific historical, existential, and geopolitical context. This must be very clear. So we must be conscious about when and where ideas, thoughts, and concepts have been produced. Because the context is inside the concepts. Hegel was a modern philosopher. We shouldn't forget this. So he was a modern philosophy whose aim was to develop the project of modernity. But don't forget that modernity is a civilization of dead. We will get to there. His historical moment, so Hegel's historical moment, appear highly promising. Promising, thank you. Yeah, do correct me if I say something wrong, please. Highly promising. Capitalism and industrial revolution inspired youth to dream of abundance of commodities and the end of poverty. For Hegel, modernity project was finally the fulfillment of humanity utopia. He was thinking from the top of the enthusiasm of capitalism. Marx, in contrast, was thinking within a radically different historical moment. He started to observe the contradictions of modernity. Slaves and child labor, devastating consequences for human health, structural poverty, and the exploitation of both human beings and nature. This distinction is crucial. The context of Hegel and the context of Marx. As it allows us to identify different interpretations of reality depending on time and space position. Marx stated, and this is a quote, "The ultimate aim of this work," that is capital, so the ultimate aim of the capital is to lay bare the economic law of motion of modern society. But what does economic law means? It refers to the way in which life is reproduced in modern society. Okay, you have to put the light on the way modern society reproduces their life. Okay, so capitalism not only produces objects, that is commodities, but also produces subjects. Okay? So we have objects and subjects. And that is very important in order to reproduce itself, because the system must generate both commodities and the consumers who consume the commodities. It's easy. Capitalism thus produces a total reality, both objective and subjective. For this reason, it is essential to analyze the type of subject underlying modern society. The bourgeois, okay? So, the modern subject is bourgeois in consciousness. This is very important. The entrepreneur is a worker who dreams of no longer being a worker, but of occupying the position of the capitalist bourgeois. And why would a worker dream of this? Because the worker is a bourgeois in consciousness. So it has in its own subjectivity the self of bourgeois society. So modern society is constituted by individuals whose guiding principle is self-interest. That is the ego. Since the structure of their subjectivity, okay. So I want you to have this form in your mind. Okay, this is the self-reflexive ego. Okay, this is the self. This is the content of the self. Okay, the individual seeks its own interest and reificates everything around it. So the self, for example, interprets the object, or interprets everything around him as an object to serve his own, okay? His own interest, thank you. Okay, so that is turning. So this means also turning subjects into objects, because even the other human beings are interpreted as objects, no longer as subjects. The individual reificates nature and other human beings. Indeed, the individual reificates reality as a whole. In the modern society, there are no genuine human relationships or relations that are subject. This means the recognition of dignity in each side. So, okay. So reification means to turn subjects into objects. Okay? So every time I say reification, this is the meaning. So there are no genuine human relationships or subject-subject relations, only subject-object relations. Okay? So this is the relation of modern society. So, because in modern society, subjects are always turned into objects. The political problem is that the Marxist movements in general and left itself iconically embodies Eurocentrism and modern subjectivity. That's our problem. That's our problem in a modern party. So Marxist movements have a bourgeois consciousness and a bourgeois subjectivity. Overcoming this requires arduous work. The modern left is also individualistic, egocentric, Eurocentric, imperialist, colonialist, patriarchal, racist, community destroying, adult-centered, dominating, and bourgeois. From Marx, we learn that to defeat capitalism is not enough to struggle against capitalism, because it is not an economic system only. The deeper problem is not merely an economic system, but a civilizational project of death. That is, modernity itself as a civilization. Because, you know, the subject is, in economics, we see it as a worker. But it's also a man. It's also an activist. And this relation is always embodied in this subjectivity.
Which relation?
The relation subject-object. Okay? So it means to inferiorize the other, always. It's always like a vertical relation with the other. Yeah, in fact, I think it's better like this. Okay. So, all of this is expressed by Marx in Capital. Yet 20th century and Eurocentric Marxism failed to grasp it. Capital is not merely a treatise on economics. It is a political, philosophical, pedagogical, ethical, and scientific work. As Enrique Dussel argues, it is fundamentally an ethical work grounded in the life-death dialectic. Okay, so Marx warned us of a crucial point that 20th century and Eurocentric Marxism failed to understand. To defeat capitalism, we must overcome modernity itself. This enemy is not only external, it also inhabits us. Modernity has become embodied within us. Consequently, the solution proposed by the bourgeois modern left, the socialism of the 20th century, represent a relapse into modernity. As Franz Hinkelhammer, he's a philosopher and economist, German, and also a Latin American because he went to Costa Rica to live most of his life. He argues 20th century socialism was another reincarnation of modernity. So modernity has multiple heterogeneous faces, but its fundamental feature is that it is a civilizational project of domination and death, as Grosfoguel says. Both capitalism and 20th century socialism are expressions of modern civilization. The clue here is domination. The problem here is domination. So modernity, it is a domination, it's a civilization of domination. Capitalism is the modern economic system. Capitalism seeks to dominate both humanity and nature. But we have to emphasize that 20th century socialism sought to dominate nature. And it was Eurocentric also. So socialism didn't interrupt the relation of domination because it reproduced the same domination with the nature. So both projects, capitalism and socialism, share a logic of domination and exploitation. Juan José Bautista Segales, a Bolivian and decolonial philosopher, argues that capitalism and modernity have advanced through the destructions of communities. That is because modernity and capitalism must destroy community in order to produce societies of individuals. And it does so through the reification of nature. So, to understand nature as an object, we said. I think that this is very normal here in Europe. So I am not saying something new, I think. That is because, at least for now, modernity won the ideological battle here. And nobody questioned about nature is an object. It's almost obvious in this context. This worldview produces, prior to European imperial expansion in 1492, indigenous peoples across the world understood nature as Mother Earth. Mother Earth. Human beings were understood as her children, sons and daughters, establishing a relationship of kinship amongst all forms of life. This worldview produces a different kind of politics. When nature is reduced to an object, or when nature is turned into an object, then humans become lords of the earth. Rather than children of the earth. Social relations become contractual relations among self-interest individuals. So individual subjectivity is the subjectivity of the Lord. This is the Lord. This subject is the Lord. the Lord of the earth. And that is bourgeois subjectivity. For Juan José Bautista, overcoming modernity requires the restitution of communal life and communal relationships, that is, human relationships, relations of recognition, respect, communal service, etc. Modern society is contrary to communal life. More, modern society destroys communal life. In this context, what is truly revolutionary is confronting imperialism through unity, collective movements, and political union. In the left, it is not possible to be united against imperialism and modernity. It remains deeply modern and bourgeois because it doesn't criticize the climb of domination. So, I want you to focus. Communal life is the relation between subjects. And every singular of the community is different. There is diversity here. But everyone understands its own, ¿cómo sería? Its own life as a service to the community. Okay? So these are relation of reciprocity, exactly. Okay? No, this is community, yeah, with humans, but also with nature, no? But in the case of the community of life that includes nature, nature is understood as a Mother Earth, so it has like a more dignity, because it is all life is based on the life of the mother. Okay. So, but the important thing is that community, it is not an utopia, but it is also the essence of human beings. This is very important. So Enrique Dussel used to say, everyone in this room has a belly. Belly button. Okay. Belly button. And the belly button is like the trace of community, because we came from others. And at the end, if we think about the community that is behind us, there is a very huge community of life that starts 3.5 billion of years ago. So life, it's one. And it is alive from 3.5 billion of years ago. So we see each other as individuals, but that's just appearance. Reality is the belly button. In reality, we are a community, but we lost the real view of the world. Because we are trapped in the modern vision of reality. And the modern vision of reality repeats and repeats that we are individuals. And it has built concepts, theories, images, symbols that state that we are individuals. For example, we could think about political theory. The political theory, the modern political theory, says that we are individuals and we are against one to each other, and we are in a war state the whole time. And that is why we need contracts. And that is why we need a strong state, that is the modern state. But is that true? Well, that is true in modern society. Because modern society, it is not, it has forgotten this real reality that is behind us, that we are a community of life. So, okay, I need another blackboard. For the next one, a bigger one. Okay, so it is like here we have the real reality. And you know, this vocabulary, it was Marx's vocabulary. It's very interesting. When we read Marx with different categories, with decolonial categories, it appears completely another theory, another critical theory. It's very shocking. So, in the real reality, we are a community of life. What's it? Right? Okay. So here we have our belly button, okay? And our belly button is reminding us that we are all together, that we are all part of a big community of life. Okay. But there's also the other relation, that is nature. And nature is not something in front of us, but it is inside us. Because we are nature. And we have forgotten. You know, it's like I am remembering you something very obvious. But it is like surprisingly revolutionary. So we are nature, you are nature also. And we eat nature. So nature is among us. No, it's inside us, it's in front of us, it's surrounding us. It's everywhere. So there's just nature. At the end, imagine the consequences of this. We are nature, and 100, more or less, 100 million years ago, nature became conscious about himself. That is us. That is human being. So the human being is nature being conscious, but also being responsible. So we are life responsible of life. Welcome. That is our reality. So we are not conscious about these obvious things. We have forgotten completely. We are against one to each other. We are on the war state of modernity because we have forgotten our essence. We have forgotten life. Where's life in all this? It's like something, you know, when you have this perspective, all these wars, it becomes like insignificant, nonsense. Why are we in battle one to each other? See, if we're one at the end. So this is community of life. This is a real reality. So nature, no, is everywhere. It's inside us, surrounding us. Okay. But there is modernity. And that this is an appearance reality. ¿Cómo se dice? Appearance. NCE. Thank you. Reality. And here you have individuals in front of objects. Yes, also. Other individuals. But for this is an object. Okay? So at the end, no one is a subject for anyone. We're all turned into objects at the end. So that is why we have here, no, our eyes, and we saw each other as individuals. So we forgot the contact with real reality. So then it appears theory. But the modern theory starts thinking from here. So this is the base. And then we have modern political theory. And Eureka, it helps you to understand modern reality. Of course, because it's like a tautology. No? You start thinking from appearance of reality, that is modern reality, and then you arrive to the theory of modernity. So it's very easy, and that is why you have to remember what we said at the beginning, that the system needs to create objects and subjects. Okay? So here you have the objectivity. But it's objectivity of modern life. And here you have the creation of subjectivity. In order we understand us as part of the system. Okay? Well, so Bautista, this Bolivian philosopher, distinguishes between social movements and community movements. It's very interesting. Social movements reproduce the structure of modern society and subjectivity, of course. So they pursue particular interests and dissolve once those interests are satisfied. For example, let us imagine that in my neighborhood we don't have access to water. Okay? We have a problem with water. So we start an organization and we create a social movement to solve this problem. So normally, once the objective is achieved, then the movement ceases to exist. Because it is the same structure. The relation is self-interest. So you can have it at the level of individuals, but you can have it also at the level of social movements. Okay? And you have it, so this structure, it's incredible. Do the exercise, okay? Analyze whatever modern society creates. It has always the same structure, this self-reflexive. Think about, for example, the modern state. It's a self-reflexive structure. And that is why everyone is like in battle with the other, because we want to achieve something for my state and the other the same. So it's the war we have 2026. So this structure is the clue of everything, of subjectivity and objectivity, because objectivity is, in essence, the relationship between subjectivities. Okay. Okay, so community movements, by contrast, begin also with particular demands, that is, attending or solving particular problems. But community movements expand towards a struggle that little by little embraces the totality of life. So, let's go to the problem of water. I have a problem of water in my community. But then I realize that it is not only a problem of my community. There are other communities with the same problem. So we start like talking, like looking for solving the problem all together, and finally we become, we build a defense of water in my territory, in my country, in the world. So you can embrace all other movements. So, at the end, it becomes the defense of Pachamama. That is the defense of Mother Earth. So remember what we said. The radicality of my thinking is to pose myself in the place of Pachamama. That is, there is no other place for radical thinking. Because it is not something about my problem, my country, my people, but life. everyone. That's the end of the wars. That's peace. So the consciousness of peace. ¿Cómo? No, hace el fin de la guerra. Yeah, the end of the war. At the moment of peace. So, if we seek to build a truly radical political project in the 21st century, we cannot limit ourselves to fragmented, particular struggles. We can do it as a strategy, but we cannot stop there. We must confront imperialism and modernity in order to build a world in which domination and exploitation of human beings and nature are impossible, and in which reproduction of life for all becomes a reality. So Marx remains indispensable today precisely insofar as he helps us overcome modern bourgeois consciousness and advance toward a community of life and a common anti-imperialism, transmodern, post-Western horizon of struggle. How it comes with the time.
You have time.
Okay. So, Marx's critique is a critique of modern society. I think that is the essence of his work. So, a critique of modern society and its capitalist mode of again. Marx's critique is a critique of modern society and its capitalist mode of production. But attention, because capitalist mode of production is mode of reproduction of life in modern society. Because normally we think in mode of production as production of commodities, and we stop there. And we have to think that we produce commodities, but reproducing a type of life, a mode of life, a form of life. And it's in the same moment we can produce as human beings, with the recognition, with solidarity, with the human relationships, or we can produce with domination and exploitation. And it is not the same. Apparently, the commodity is the same, because we see it with modern eyes, in this level, in the level of appearance of reality. But if we reconstruct the way the commodity has been produced, then we realize, for example, that is, how do you say, chorreando sangre.
It's dropping blood.
It's dropping blood.
Commodities are blood.
Yes, commodities in capitalism are dropping blood. But we don't see the blood with our eyes. We can see it if we reconstruct all the content is inside the commodity. We go to the mall and we see all the communities shining, beautiful commodities, yeah. shining, very beautiful. But behind those commodities, there is a lot of exploitation. There is death. There is suffering. There is poverty. And we have to open the eyes of real reality to see that all this community of life is being broken every day with that exploitation and domination. So critical thinking helps us to recognize, to rebuild, to reconstruct all the process of producing the commodities. So that is why I said mode of production is mode of reproduction of life. But in the case of capitalism, the reproduction of life is reproduction of death, because it only reproduces the life of a few in the top of the pyramid. But the majority suffer the reproduction of that. Okay, so this modern society and capitalist carried out by Hegel, this modern society and capitalism was justified by Hegelian logic. This is very important, because Hegel's logic is very abstract. It's very formal. It's like finance. You finance, just numbers, and it's all perfect. And they say that, I don't know, economics are growing, but you don't see what is behind. So Hegel's logic is the same. It's perfect. The argument is very good presented. But then you arrive to history and you start like being shocked, because it says, I don't know, colonialism is rational, poverty is necessary, and you arrive to those determinations of the abstract reflections. Okay, so in this sense, Marx seeks to reveal the inversion carried out by Hegel in order to place himself at the service of a mode of production and a project that, rather than producing and reproducing life, destroys it. However, Marx does not write a critical science of logic. He didn't do it. He didn't do it to oppose Hegel's method. Marx writes a critical work of political economy. Hegel's dialectic was upside down, as Marx says, and Marx needed to turn right side up. Contrary to Hegel, for Marx, it is not ideas, logic, reason, or subjectivity that produce socio-political reality, but rather the mode of production of material life determines the social, political, and intellectual processes of life in general. So the important thing is not what do you think, but what do you do? How do you live? What are you doing with the privilege you have? Because just changing the way you live, then you will change the way you think. So you have to be responsible. You have to compromise yourself. You have to make small changes day by day in your life. And then the new ideas, the critical thinking, the revolutionary subjectivity it arrives. So it is not something about studying too much. We have to study. But the important thing is how you relate it to the other. How you relate it with nature, for example. We have broken our relationship with the nature, with Mother Earth. It is something like very, very far away. And as we said, it's not far away. It's inside us. It's surrounding us. But, you know, modernity has convinced everyone that this is the era of reason. And the other, the indigenous people, is something from the past. Belief is the past. Reasoning is the future. But the problem is that if we believe all these statements of modernity, then we cannot reconnect to the real reality. So, one of the most important changes modernity produced in humanity is the disconnection with utopias, disconnection of theological thinking. Why? Because disconnecting with theological thinking is to save modernity of being criticized. Because it is not an utopia, a dystopia, to the contrary. But it is a dystopia that is always in front of us. Like we're like running to be the first to arrive to the top of the, ¿cómo dices? Cadena alimenticia.
Food chain.
Food chain.
Okay, of the food chain. No? Chain. Yeah, we're all running in the battle of being the very big predator. Huh?
Trump.
Yeah, that is the one.
That is the one.
Yeah, but there are also the others like fighting with him, Elon Musk and all the others, Sam Altman, etc. So this utopia, it is really like a pyramid, because there is just one who wins. That is the Lord of the earth. Do you remember the subjectivity, the content, the significance of the subjectivity of the modern subjectivity? It was the Lord of the earth, the bourgeois. So we're like trapped in this ideology because we are all running to that. And in fact, we teach our children to start the running also. And to be, ¿cómo se dice exitoso?
Successes.
To be successful. What's the meaning of being successful? To be successful is to be here, shining. But to be here, you have to be on the top of the others, the objects. So that's the utopia of modernity. That's the theological framework. But normally we don't see it in the eyes. Otherwise, we didn't teach our children to be successful. And you know, there is like a chain of things that would be very important to go deep. To go deeper, for example, the idea of being autonomous. That is a very modern concept, no? That you don't belong to anything. That is like the content of real freedom. But in reality, community, it is very far away of autonomy. Community is being dependent of others. What is the problem of being dependent? If we don't depend of earth, we die. If our moms don't feed us, we die. If our community don't teach us, we don't become humans. But there is like all this framework and ideology of being free and the values to be the Lord of the earth. Okay. So, in our view, Marx's inversion does not consist merely in pointing out this shift of perspective. It is not something like being idealist and being materialist. It's something more complex. Marx recognizes that Hegel's inverted dialectic is itself the product of the modern reality from which it emerged. This means that not only is modern logic inverted, so it is not a problem of logic, but modern reality itself is inverted. So this appearance of reality is the complete inversion of real reality. So the problem of inversion in dialectics, Marx dialectics, is the inversion of reality. Have you ever heard this kind of Marxism? Never. This is decolonial Marxism. In other words, the inversion is already present in the mode of production that reproduces modern life. And this inversion generates at the level of thought an inverted dialectic. Okay, but this is in the second place, no? As a self-understanding of modernity's inverted reality. So we have the inversion of reality and we have the inversion of the thought. For Marx, critique does not begin in thought. Radical critique arises when the mode of production fails to reproduce the life of the majority of humanity. When life can no longer be reproduced, true critique emerges. This is why Marx chose to show in Capital that the inversion of dialectics has its roots in the mode of production that reproduces modern life, the capitalist mode of production. Before dialectics is inverted, reality itself, that is, capitalist reality, is inverted. This inverted reality produces an inverted dialectic as its own self-understanding, but it's also a self-justification. So, all this modern theory is no more than a justification of this reality, of modernity. See, of this appearance reality. It's a justification and a moral legitimation. The entire project of Marx's Capital can thus be understood as an attempt to demonstrate how modern inversion operates in the capitalist mode of production, in its relations of production and exchange, and in the various determinations of capital as such. To do so, Marx must also reveal the inversion that capitalism produces in the theoretical and even in the spiritual realm, as its own self-understanding and self-legitimation. So there is also a modern theology, but it's completely unknown because it is completely hidden, so we cannot criticize it. So, how has this process of modernization of human relations been carried out? And what is the relationship between this process and modern science? Marx tells us that the main objective of the capitalist mode of production is the increase of the rate of profit. That's the objective. One of the first transformations produced by the capitalist mode of production is the relationship between human beings and nature. This is the clue. Indigenous communities are not only, as we said, only human communities, but communities of life, in which nature is fundamental and internal part of the community. In this sense, within the community, the human being related to nature is subject terms, where both the human being and nature are subjects. Hence, nature is consulted. This is very rare to understand for us. So, nature is consulted. Yeah, for us modern subjects, of course. So, nature is consulted in communal decisions and respected as a fully dignified subjects. It have also rights. That was the challenge of the transformation of Bolivian constitution. When they start, debating of what are we going to change to build another state with different clues based on indigenous people cosmology, they start talking about, okay, but nature is subject, so it has to have its own rights. And all the lawyers, the modern lawyers, said, no, but that's impossible. Nature is object. It cannot have rights. So the indigenous people said, well, this must be the Article 1 because it's the base of everything. These are the challenges for us in order to build a new world. So, it is important to emphasize that indigenous communities, nature has the dignity of a mother, an understanding that in different cultures crystallizes in the concept of Mother Earth. For this reason, there is no ownership of land. There is no the Lord of the land. In the sense, in the modern sense of property. Rather, the singular person understands itself or herself as belonging to the land. So it's the contrary. That is, as son or daughter of the earth. What prevails is a relationship of co-responsibility for life. The human being assumes the responsibility for the land and is charged with caring for it. And the land, in turn, responds by taking care of its children by providing sustenance. Sustainability. Okay. The capitalist mode of production needs to break the community of life, to establish a relationship with nature as object, to exploit it without restraint, and to increase the rate of profit. Hence, the first thing it breaks is the community of life that includes both human beings and nature. And it established a sharp division between them and verticalizing the relationship. The subject is on the top and the object is down. The way of breaking the community of life is by enthroning. ¿Se entiende? Enthroning? No. It's like como entronizar. Enthrone. See? Everyone is there? Okay. Okay, because it's very important. So the way to break the community of life is enthroning the human being, placing him above nature as its master and lord, and stripping nature and its subjectivity in order to convert it into a mere thing. Under these circumstances, nature loses its voice and is now conceived as an inert object that has no sensibility of consideration in the process of value production. The modern individual, for his part, grants himself the power to take, even by force, the fruit of the land, simply because it is his will. However, it must be pointed out that when the community between human beings and nature is broken, each individual understands himself no longer as a son or daughter of the earth, but as the Lord of the earth. And this is also the concept Hegel uses to describe the person in philosophy of right. So the first determination of the person is as an owner, as a lord of the earth. So I'm not inventing, I am using Hegel's terminology. So this rupture between humans and nature not only affects the relationship between human beings and nature, but immediately reverberates in intersubjective relations among human beings. Because if we are all sons and daughters of the same mother, what are we one to another?
Siblings.
Exactly. We're all siblings. So,
Brothers and sisters.
yeah. See, brothers and sisters, siblings. So, if you start thinking politics with this framework of siblings, then you understand a different thing of modern political theory. Because this is politics between individuals that relates between the contract. And the other one is the politics of siblings. It is completely different. So they assume one another as siblings, and the relationship of communal and co-responsibility is completed. Mother, children, siblings. But if the relationship changes and they now understand themselves as private owners, private owners, each relates to the other according to his own private interests. And intersubjective relations begin to be mediated by contract. That is, when you have a subject who sees the other as an object, but this is a subject, in reality, that relates to the other as an object, okay? So you need the contract. So in the philosophy of right, Hegel illustrates and expounds these new intersubjective relationship perfectly. Hegel does not situate it as a moment following the rupture of the community of life. So Hegel doesn't understand this is the second moment. Because for Hegel, this is the only reality in the world. But this reality is the second moment, and it arrives after breaking the community of life. So, Hegel does not situate it as a moment following the rupture of community of life, but rather takes it as a point of departure, as an original relation, as if human beings have always conceived nature as an object and related to one another immediately as private owners. Hegel does not realize that this intersubjective relationship as modern society is not the starting point of human development as such, but the product of a historical moment generated by the capitalist mode of production in full development. What happens is that Hegel is taking the historical reality of modern capitalism as if it were human reality as such, the universal mode of being of humanity. So it seems that the modern human is human. But we have to understand that this is a specific way of understand human being. And it is created in a moment of history. It hasn't been like from the beginning like that. So this is one of the problems of Eurocentrism. So thinking that Eurocentric point of view is universal point of view. Eurocentric point of view is like rational, human, good, etc., etc. So look at this. Modern science establishes the subject-object relationship as one of its most basic and fundamental principles. This is very important. When you ask to a scientist, what do? You ask, what is the object of your research? Huh? It is always an object. There is no subject. Because science, it is the way modernity has been imposed in the whole world, with rationality, with formal argumentation. So, in Hegel's phenomenology of spirit, this issue appears clearly from the very first page, when he describes how natural consciousness knows. So it says something like that. I am a natural consciousness. I open my eyes and I see objects. Really? Okay, you are not a natural consciousness. You are a modern consciousness opening your eyes. Because then you go to the indigenous people and you say, okay, open your eyes. What do you see? The indigenous people see subjects. This is community happening in movement. There are no objects. So natural consciousness, or Hegel's natural consciousness, is modern consciousness. But we have understood all the framework that have produced modern science as something objective, as something universal, as a universal framework, and it is not. So we have to detach, we have to decolonize science. We have to decolonize our consciousness. We have to take conscious about how deep modernity is inside us. So decoloniality is a path. And it is necessary to humanity to walk this path in order to build another world. And what is the end of the path? The end of the path is the recognition that we are a community of life. And we must learn what is the meaning of this. We must learn what kind of rationality we have to develop in order to be at the level of Mother Earth. So I think decoloniality is the most important theory in this moment for humanity. Because modern world is around the whole world. So we have to decolonize science, psychology, sociology. Imagine, sociology is the science of modern society. We don't have the science of human beings. In Venezuela, they were thinking about creating a community science. More than that, we have to create a community of life science. That is the end, and that is the challenge of this moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katya. We have 15 minutes for questions, so not enough time. But I have seen 2 hands, and after those 15 minutes, we're gonna have a 15-minute break. We're exactly 15 minutes behind the schedule. We're still 15 minutes behind schedule, and we're gonna be 15 minutes behind schedule when we end, also, just for your information. So we have 2 questions. Maybe I'll take them together, and then we'll move on to some other questions.
Thank you, Katya, for the illuminating presentation. I think that since we know that you and Ramón has been working in Venezuela for a long time with community organizations, so I want
communes. With the communes.
With the communes, yeah, which is very different, much more advanced. And then the question for me is to try to put both Trump and Maduro in this charge in order to elucidate in what way this vision of community life has been enunciated, because the indigenous communities have been displaced from the Arco Minero, the Orinoco belt, has been environmental catastrophe. The right wings are using it to stigmatize the government, and of course, the Trump administration is no other than using this for advocate for this regime change. But beyond that, so we have the Cuban flag, the Palestinian flag, the Venezuelan flag, and the Mapuche flag. So it would be, for me, very illuminated. That don't get me wrong. I am for the revolution, or for the profundization of the revolution in Venezuela, but I don't see in what way this presentation has been appropriated for the government of the Venezuelan, the Bolivarian revolution. But I see that the majority of people in Venezuela is claiming comuna or nada, commune or nothing. And this is not the way in which the government at the moment, being extortionated by the government of Trump, has been advocating for the same. So please help me to understand in what way you, who are more or less close to this constellation of people in power, in what way they have been appropriating your presentation. Thank you.
Give you this other question as well.
Thank you. So Joseph, if you could really quickly explain how, because you said that the socialism of the 20th century, the Marxism of the 20th century was very Eurocentric, but then where would you view like Mao Zedong, Ho Chi Minh, and all these very important Marxist thinkers and revolutionaries that had great inspiration for a bunch of former colonies and like non-white people.
Yeah. I think you, yeah.
I just asked her how does she view Mao Zedong, Ho Chi Minh, or any of the other very great revolutionaries of the Third World, basically, seeing as they were not European, but they had a huge impact on Marxism.
Yeah, you can start. Or actually, yeah, we can have one more question then, and then you finish. Yeah. Nice. Yeah.
No, it's not as much a question as a comment, because earlier we talked about, there was a question about what's in it for the whites. What can the coloniality offer them, or us? I am very white. And it is the subject-subject relation, which of course we have, but we don't really, and it is sorely missed. Thank you.
Okay. The first question. The answer needs a complex reflection. And I hope we can go deep in the course of Granada, because we have to analyze politics, not as we would like to be, but politics as it is in modern society, because we are there. So the way to move on to a different way to do politics, it is a path. It needs to be transformed. So, of course, Trump and Maduro are not the same, but they have, or they share, if you like to say so, in a way, modernity in different levels. And we are also reproducing modern subjectivity in different levels. So, Venezuela revolution is a process. So it is in the path of turning a process of communities that achieve the power of the state. So that is, you know, the objective, to dismantle the modern state and to empower communities in order they can reproduce their life. But this is a process. So Chavez was very conscious about the practical political moment. And that's why he says we have to win the election. We have to take over the state, the modern state, not because we believe that through modern state we're going to change something. But we have to take over the place in order to stop the domination against communities. To interrupt the domination, the exploitation of communities. So we have to empower communities outside of modern state. And we have to give them the opportunity to develop their own process. Yeah, the communal state, no? In order to build the communal state or turn communities the state. So you have to be
communities a state.
Yeah, make the communities the state. So you have to think politics in a very practical way, and I think that the left is always missing the strategy moment and the tactics. We have to develop in order to go to the aim, to the objective, to be close to the utopia. We're not in the utopia, and you have to be very clear that you are not there, and you have to be walking, and this walking means also to know how to unify the diversity of objectives, the diversity of struggles, and that was Houria was pointing in her presentation. I think it was very, very, very interesting to listen her in the. I am a little bit tired. To listen the experience they have built in France, because normally we romanticize, for example, these ideas. We romanticize communities. Communities are not easy. Communities are not perfect. Communities are, I always remember a man in a community in Oaxaca in Mexico. I was teaching a course about politics, and he interrupted me and he said, "La comunidad es una chinga." I don't know how you translate this.
The community is like struggle. Huh? Struggle, complicated. No, but he uses slang.
Yeah, but it's chinga. It has like 100 meanings.
The community is fucked up.
Yes.
That's why he meant.
Yes, a pain in the ass. Exactly.
Pain is a struggle. It's something that is not given.
Como desafiante, ¿cómo sería?
It's a challenge.
Exactly, it's challenging. And it is not easy. It needs a lot of work. So have a community subjectivity. You have to be an open heart in order to let the other be different and not trying to convince the other, but to build something that embraces the position of the other and your position and the position of the diversity. So that's why it's a challenge. It is very difficult. And I want to share an experience. I hope I can do it with my English. An experience of that appears in a very, very nice book of Carlos Lenkenstorff. The name of the book is Philosophing in Tojolabal Club. Philosophizing in Tojolabal. Okay. And Tojolabal is an indigenous people in Mexico. Yeah, yeah, in the south, very near from the Zapatismos. And he said that once, when the first time he went to the south of Mexico, into an indigenous community, he was in a very big assembly of a little people.
Of what?
De un pueblo.
Of a town.
Of a town.
Of an indigenous town.
Okay, indigenous town. Thank you. And he arrived there, and everyone was talking at the same time. It was like a chaos. And everyone was talking.
Chaos.
Chaos. And everyone was talking, but there was like a word that he was listening everywhere, and it was like tick. So the chaos sounds something like tick 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 tick. It was very, very rare. So he didn't understand anything, and at the end, people was, like getting silence little by little. And at the end, there was a woman who started talking, and she said something like, tick, 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 tick. And the assembly was over. So he was like, oh my God, I didn't understand a word. I don't know what tick means. So he asked to the people in there, what was the meaning of tick? And the people, it was the priest, told him that tick, the meaning of tick was us. So he was like, what do you mean? So everyone was like, us, 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 everywhere. And he understood, because the priest explained to him, that us, we. Okay. Okay, let's see.
It's we.
We. Yeah, we, the community. We.
It's not us. It's
Sí, perdón.
It's we.
We. And he was, and the priest explained that the assembly was not, like a debate, like modern debates. And you are like fighting with the other in order to convince the other. ¿Se dice así? Vencer? To defeat the other.
Convinced to defeat the other.
Exactly. No, it was not to defeat nobody. But the consensus means to embrace with reasoning together and to arrive all together to a different idea. So at the end, you don't have one opinion that it has imposed to the other. But you have a complex idea that was built all together. So everyone has the objective of embrace with his or her proposal the other opinions. So that is why everyone is like, we think this and that, we want this and that. So the last person who speaks in the assembly is like the bigger we. So is the way of wisdom, the wisdom of the community. So no one defeats no one. And the final proposal is different from all the ideas that the singular has in their head. So that is building a consensus. That is completely a different experience of our assemblies in the party. We're always like defeating in the battles, in the struggle with the others, trying to defeat everyone. But indigenous people, no, with a subjectivity, with a community subjectivity, they are like trained to put their ego in the place, their ego in the correct place, in order to make appear the common benefit from everyone. So we have to see politics like in time, and we cannot arrive to the utopia in 1 second. We have to build the path in order to arrive to our objectives. So that means also sometimes you go tú vas adelante, or you go back. So it is part of the path. And you have to put your ego in the place where it should be, not to be self-reflective, but to be open and to let the other be. And little by little, you have to build the consensus. You will go. Okay, so, okay.
I'm sorry. We are running a little bit out of time.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't. We have a lot of things after this as well. If you want to have any finishing words, you're welcome to say them.
Yeah, what in Politics of Liberation of Enrique Dussel, he has 3 principles that are very important. The first principle of politics is the reproduction of life community. So that's the aim, the objective. So every time we are together in order to do politics is because we have to reproduce the life of the whole community in a way. The second principle is the consensus. So everyone has to participate, to be part of the discussion, the agreements. And the third is factibility. So you have to be aware about where are you, what are your possibilities, and build the program in a possible way. So you have to be clear that the utopia is the utopia, and you have to produce altogether a program that gets one step near to the utopia. But you have to be clear what is the factibility. So logically, there is what is logically possible and what is really possible. So we cannot arrive to communism now, and trying to do it is nonsense. And in fact, if you go to very extreme and radical proposals, then you will be alone. You have to be open, and you have to be practical, and you have to reinforce the union of the movement and trying to work all together, even if it means to go with little steps. The important thing is that you are clear of what is the objective. Thank you.
We are going to have a 10-minute break. So we're going to be back here at 8, and it is very important to be back here at 8 since we're a little bit late. So try to be efficient as possible. What?
10 to 8.
Oh, sorry, 10 to 8. I'm so sorry. 10 to 8. So yeah, so 10 minutes means 10 to 8. I'm sorry, I'm also a little bit tired. My math is not mathing. Thank you for the help.
Så ursäkta, vi ska stanna kvar. Ja. De pratar engelska. Ja. Så vi inte förlorar kontakt. Så det är igång.
What is here? This one or this one?
Yeah. No. It's a little delicate, so we must listen to till there.
Okay. Eller det.
Ja. Men det är inte jag har ingenting till
All right. We're gonna start.
And respected it. It's anything to say. It's
oh, thank you. Yeah, basically.
You could go by your it's just to respect Allah and to respect
All right. So we're gonna start, and the plan for the day is that this is our last point on the agenda. Yeah, I mean, it has been a long day. It has been a long day, and I think a lot of the questions that a lot of people have been asking today have been very practical. They've been, people want to get into motion immediately, and this is why we've also invited people who are in motion with all of the things that we're facing. So a few words as someone from Feministerna. The feminists and the communists were two political parties that understand the importance of breaking the dichotomy between activism and party politics. And this is a challenge that we face. At a time when new parties are being formed almost every day, every other day, this is of utmost importance because we know that one of the weapons of fascism and the logic of the death civilization is to divide and rule. We saw it with the Black Panthers in the US, we saw it most recently in Bolivia, and we see attempts at it in Venezuela today, and we are not spared from it in the Swedish context. And this division comes from outside, of course, but it can also very well come from within our own ranks. If we do not understand that we must resist with all of our strength the logic that leads us to divide and to be divided. We believe that we need to form a broad front against our common enemies. Fascism, imperialism, colonialism, patriarchy, racism, a broad front, and not the broad, when people say broad front, it's usually white, it's usually mellanmjölk, as we say in Swedish, it's something meh, it's nothing. But we're talking about a broad front consisting of radical left parties, of movements that see through attempts at division and recognize the importance of community building for resistance and hope. We see the necessity of a systemic change, and not just a systemic change, but a rupture. And we all laughed at it earlier, but a revolution. That's what we were talking about. And we know that it is urgent. And that is why we have the privilege today to listen to and to learn from a fantastic panel consisting of activists from 4 movements here in Sweden that are doing what we need to do more of. We have BDS, we have Latinos for Palestine, we have Svenska Barnska Föreningen, and we also have Folkets Röst. Each of these organizations or groups, they work in different ways to create resistance against the system that we're building. And we also have our wonderful panelist moderator, is that the right word in English? Panel moderator, who partly has written a book about coloniality in the Nordics, has been at the head of the board. I think that's the right translation of Antirasistiska Akademin, Anti-Racist Academy. Thank you. I needed the translation now, I guess. So a big round of applause to our panel and our panel moderator. I'm going to leave it up to you guys now.
Rebecca, can we just understand, is there anyone using the... är det någon som använder sig av översättningen här inne?
Nej. Nu?
Inte ens. Ingen som behöver använda den? Som vill ha översättning från engelska till svenska?
No.
Okej, vad bra. Tusen tack.
Okay, the translators can finally chill for a second. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, I'm giving you a bit.
Thank you very much. We are here at the end of this long day. Very, very nice. Very a lot of ideas and feelings about having this panel also, but also our guests today. The idea is to focus mainly on what the hell are we going to do? Yeah. It's the main area of focus, I would say. So I have prepared just a framework a little bit just to maintain, and then I would like you to present a little bit your organization and why you started or why it is overall. But the idea is to understand it nowadays here in Sweden, and of course in Europe or globally too, because we are not apart from what is going on the global stage. So we are at the moment where racism, militarism, far-right and fascist political parties and authoritarian policies are growing here in Sweden and other places. While communities are destroyed and violently conditioned, and international law and human rights are being openly dismantled. In Sweden, this is happening not only through the far right, but also through a broad political consensus. Yes, and I want to include most of the political parties, that we have in the parliament. There is a common political consensus about certain things regarding, for example, consensus on borders, the NATO, Israel, the kidnapping of head of state, which is not called the kidnapping, it's called something else, abduction or whatever they call it. What I call reloaded colonialism. Once again we see colonialism. Never disappeared, but it's back in a way. Corporate political power, fascism, and security political regulating our societies. We are regulated by security policies. And even within the cognitive warfare that we are immersed into, they are trying to get our minds and hearts, like they say. We need to gain your heart and your mind in order to complete, or to continue our system of domination and oppression. So many movements are active, but the question is no longer only how we protest, but how we build power. And I think that we need to get, in one way, an understanding of what kind of power can we build. I think that it is not the first time that you hear, what do we do? Yeah? Or what to do in layman's terms, the question. So the question is how we manage the system, but also how we confront it. So this panel is therefore not about positions or identities, this is not the idea, but about organizations, strategy, and resistance. What works, what doesn't, and what kind of organization, strategy, and resistance is needed if we are serious about anti-racism, decolonial thought, anti-imperialism, and anti-patriarchal structures of violence and corporative and colonialist political power. that we are immersed in. So I want to open with that first. And my first question will be, well, class unity is often discussed, yeah? Yet racism and colonial thinking continue to shape working class politics. What must change in organizing practices for class struggle to become anti-racist, anti-imperialist, decolonial? What conflicts is unavoidable if this is taken seriously? And I want to open whoever feels for that. Thanks.
So I think one thing that's very important is that we have to look at what are our conditions. So we have these parties that are established, but they don't speak through the brown and the black subject. So we live in the neighborhoods that have, the living conditions are worse. Our schools are not up for the standard as the others in the nation. So we have all these things that is very concrete. I don't know if you say concrete, but I'm just a side note, because I have seen a lot of us today apologizing for our English. And I want to remind us that we are speaking the colonizers' language. So the main point here is that we understand each other. If we pronounce correct or not is totally irrelevant. Okay? So let's go. So we have to build the politics from our own experience. And that's also how we can connect with building the consciousness. Because we also have Freire that speaks about oppression, like the central experience from oppression in the pedagogy. Okay, so we have this racified segregation in Sweden, and it's a perfect case to talk both about materiality and about racism in a more like ideological way, and with all that comes with that. So I think it's important to start from those experiences. Because I'm born and raised in Biskopsgården, that is one of these neighborhoods in Sweden. And I've been in all kinds of organizations. As the Black Panthers, we were trying to build coalitions in like the nation with Megafon and Hassela here in Malmö. And now I'm with Folkets Röst. Because we are doing this, we are trying again and again and again. And the revolution and the fight for freedom don't have a name. And that's important to remember, I think. They don't have a name, it's a goal. And I'm very glad for being here today. We talked, Katya, I think, what's your name? Last about the subjectivity of becoming the we. But in that we, it contains a lot of different experiences. So what we are trying to do today is to talk with that one voice that contains a lot of voices. So we have a manifest that's like a ground for organizations that is like immigration questions, Islamophobia, it's school, it's our neighborhoods, it's all that. But you don't have to have all these experiences, but it's the we. We speak through the we, through that. The collective subjective. So I think that is a way to make the change in the where we are now, to do it now.
I thought you wanted to say something, but it's fine. You are going to say something because I have some questions for you. But you were from Folkets Röst. The idea of building a political party is because we don't have representation. One of the main problems that we have seen for many, many decades in Sweden, there is not representation for the others. Political representation. We just have to go through the main political parties, which are not seeing what's going on, mainly, I think. Yeah, that's my opinion. But we don't have a representation of the problems that migrated communities, racialized communities have in today's segregated, very segregated society, Swedish society. Yeah? So that's something that we need to, because one of the things is to go and protest, where there are things that we need to organize. So the question is how we organize. And I want to go to the Svensk-Kubanska Förening, the Swedish-Cuban Association. What lessons, I mean, you work for solidarity with Cuba, Palestine, and Venezuela. How do you understand internationalism, for example, today, when some struggles are seen as acceptable and others as too radical in the main discourses? What lessons from Cuba internationalism are useful for movements fighting racism and imperialism here in Sweden?
I think we can learn a lot from Cuba. I think the main lesson is to be principled in your solidarity. I think something that many progressive people struggle with in Sweden is that they fall under the pressure of the media. When something is demonized, they don't dare to stand with it because it's too much pressure to, for example, stand with, because everyone is saying Maduro is a dictator and therefore I can't be solidaric with them. But I think what we can learn from Cuba is to be principled and to support people's liberation on their conditions, because that is always what Cuba has done. They have supported their sovereignty and their right to determine their own fate. Because I think that is a problem in Western solidarity, that we only support the pure resistance, and we only support it if it aligns with our values. But we need to be principled in our solidarity and support them, even if I completely disagree with their politics. But that is not the reason for my solidarity. The reason for my solidarity and that we can learn from Cuba is that it's the principle of solidarity, is that you support their right to self-determination, not their right to think the same as me. So, yeah, I think that's what we can learn.
That's very good. I mean, solidarity is one of the words that has been almost forgotten in the Swedish discourse, official at least.
They talk about it, but it's not really solidarity.
It's not really solidarity. Solidarity for the ones that have.
Israel.
Yes, we can continue to Latines. I really would like to know a little bit more. I was asking you, maybe you don't know, but a little bit more. Why it is important to create Latin organization in support for Palestine in that case? What was the reason, for example? I mean, Palestine and the genocide that has been going on since many years ago intensified since 2003, and why Latines here in Sweden?
So just to clarify, I wasn't part of the founding team. I joined a bit later. But the reason, like in particular, why Latinos for Palestine, one is the shared struggle. And even if the histories are different and some of the actors may have been different, there's actually a lot of kinship and similarities. So for one thing, both are colonies. Even to this day, like, okay, Latin American countries are nation states now. Yeah, but not really. Most of them, like with very few exceptions, like Cuba, Venezuela, maybe Nicaragua, I don't know, most of them are still neo-colonies. And then that's already one similarity with Palestine. And the other, maybe the even deeper, is that we actually do share even a common enemy directly. The US has been the major player of imperialism in Latin America ever since the Spanish left. And actually also Israel, and that a lot of people might not know, but Israel has had a hand in so many conflicts in Latin America. The one that I can speak best about is Guatemala, because that's what I'm familiar with, that's what I have a personal connection to. But in the late 70s and throughout the 80s, when the US sort of backed out of providing all the training, logistics, and weapons to the Guatemalan army, which was committing genocide against the indigenous population, and also just massive repression against everyone else, Israel took the mantle. And it was sort of, was the US using Israel as a proxy because they didn't want to get their hands dirty during those times, or not? But Israel was very adamant about providing all the weapons and training. And it's extremely telling because like, you don't have to take the word of activists for this. You can just see the words of the perpetrators of the genocide. Like some of the top generals that committing some of the worst massacres. They openly praise Israel, and they say if it wasn't for Israel, we would have lost against the guerrillas. And Israel's the friend that never abandoned us. But yeah, so that's I guess the common enemy and the common struggle, that it's very direct.
Thank you. No, I mean, Israel has been, well, what was it? I think that the president of Colombia, Petro was telling for some time ago, the death squads in Colombia were trained by Israel's forces, among others.
It is, like I said, I can't speak about Guatemala the best, but it's been in nearly every single country. El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, I'm not sure, Bolivia, maybe, Paraguay, all of those. Israel has had it's in both selling weapons and also like actual training, like putting troops on the ground, advisors on the ground, and training all these military officers and police officers in ways of repression.
Providing the weapons too. And
intelligence systems, logistics, all of that.
Right. Well, I'm going forward to the BDS and the BDS stands for boycott, divestment, and sanctions. Thank you. And has been an organization for a while. I mean, it's not new.
The BDS call came in 2005, so that's when it was officially. In 2004 there was PACB, which is academic and cultural boycott, and then it turned into the BDS call in 2005. I felt like you have a continuous to the question before I answer. Talking just a bit about BDS is, yes, there is BDS, the organization, but also BDS is more referred to, or we like to refer to it as a tool for everyone. So within the Palestine movement specifically, because that's where we work, also I'm a bit new to this as well generally. I realized too late that I have to do more in life. So as a Palestinian myself, I found living in the West and new here in Sweden that BDS is a very strong tool because it realized, after 8 years of what's happening in Palestine, it was realized that, to fight colonization is, you have to fight also capitalism, right? So hit them where it hurts, hit the economy, and that's where BDS stands for. And that's all what the West cares, because morals, of course, it doesn't exist to governments. So if you fight them with morals, that's not gonna get you anywhere. So if you hit their pockets, that will get you answers. So the BDS has been a tool made to fight that specific purpose. Obviously, it was encouraged because of the apartheid South Africa. That's where it came from. The co-founder of BDS, Houria was a very strong active. He was strongly active in in the fight against apartheid South Africa. So we had a lot of output from there. They did some changes to it and applied it to the Palestine. And also, it's a way of connecting the Palestine movement. Obviously, if you're colonized for 80 years, you're going to have so much division even within the Palestinians, within the people of Palestine. So BDS is more like, it's clear. You boycott, you divest, you sanction. Doesn't matter what your political agenda is, what doesn't matter anything else, it just focuses on these. So it unites people. So it's actually probably the most agreed on between Palestinians. No one has an issue with BDS, mostly, I would say. There's probably someone there. But the general, they're with it. So, and it's a tool made for the West. It's not made for our region. It's for the West. It's to fight within the West and to fight even within so-called international law. But that makes it easier to use it as a tool. Here, as an example, for example, we have groups within, I'm sorry I'm focusing mostly on Palestine because that's what BDS is, but here, for example, we have in Sweden, many of the groups here, like Israel, for example, here in Malmo, has used the BDS tool, and it successfully divested Aimpoint from sending Aimpoint is an organization that sells scopes to weapons to Israel. So with a successful campaign and 2 years, they successfully succeeded with their campaign and was a great victory for everyone in Sweden. So this is what BDS is. I'm pretty sure some of the people who worked on it are here today, so yeah, thank you for the work you've done. But again, so I think this is a misconception for people. BDS is a tool, and BDS is also the bare minimum. That is something that people need to understand. People have been dealing with BDS as it's the ceiling. BDS leads the Palestine movement. It's not. It's the bare minimum you can do for Palestine. It's the bare minimum you can do for humanity, and that's how it should be treated. So I think I'll keep it at that. I took too much space.
Not at all, no, because I'm thinking also about what does it mean? I mean, it's an attack on Palestine solidarity from the different parts of the West, different parts of the world. So, I mean, it's not for you this question, but what does it say about the so-called democracy when solidarity is attacked, actually?
I'll just add this on the one. So this is something I actually was talking about earlier with someone, is democracy is, what was the word that I had in mind? Sorry, I just need this. I haven't slept since yesterday. So, democracy is conditional in the West. So we have democracy and solidarity with Ukraine, for example. You know, it's called within the media, which is, I don't like using that example because, you know, I don't want to deal with people with, like, you know, make it feel like, you know, to diminish what they're going through or anyone else. I just want to use it as an example to show that it's publicized as its resistance, its freedom of speech, freedom of expression. Solidarity for Palestine is extremist, public disorder, nuisance. Like, it's solidarity is conditional, and Palestine movement faces, like, defies two of the Western issues, which is their foreign policy, because it's Israel, it's their colony, and the second one is racial hierarchy, and Palestine defies both. So that's why democracy doesn't exist when it comes to Palestine. We all know that. If we think it does, we're lying to ourselves. I'll tell you, as Palestinian, it doesn't exist. So this is, I think, this is, how do we deal with it? That is I think every group has their own way of dealing with it, but I think is by shifting the question into, like we've always said in the last 2 years of genocide, Palestine is freeing us all. So people have realized democracy doesn't exist. So shift the question to, where is our freedom of speech? Why can't we express ourselves anymore in the West? This is what we focus on, instead of focusing just on Palestine. And once we solve these core issues within our democratic, so-called democratic West, then we can actually start to work forward and actually find a solution toward the Palestine problem in this instance. Yes.
And Israel is still called the only democracy in the Middle East. So they can participate in the song contest here in Europe. So,
even the word Middle East is a colonizer word, you know? It's like the whole thing shouldn't exist, let's say.
West Asia, North Africa.
Yes, West Asia and North Africa, or the global South, like people like to call.
right, now let's move to what kind of to everybody, yeah? And I want you to hear to everybody, so we can integrate this conversation, all right? What kind of organizations can actually challenge this system? I mean, fascism, racism, imperialism of today, right? Not of what has been before, which is a continuation. Of course, we are here, that's why. But today, what do we need? What do you think? What do we need, actually? But from here, from Sweden, yeah? Most of you are living here in Sweden. From Sweden.
Yes.
I think Houria just pretty much nailed it during her presentation. Yeah, some people might disagree, but I think you need a vanguard, like a group of dedicated. It can be a coalition of groups. It doesn't matter if they're not united by all the same ideology, but as long as they have the same goal and they recognize the same common problem. And yeah, it really has to be a vanguard, like a group that's fully dedicated to the same cause and that's organized, like it's united in its goal and also united in its understanding. Because if people have different ideas and like they're not even aware of what problem they're tackling, then it just, I mean, we've seen it before in a bunch of protest movements. There was one in Guatemala in 2015, a bunch all around the world, and they kind of led nowhere. There was mass mobilization, and then nothing happened. Either seriously, like they just completely fizzled out with zero change, or in worst cases, they were co-opted by different actors. But I'm not saying anything that Houria didn't say already.
Can I ask a question? You said that we needed a unified goal. How would you express that unified goal?
Sorry, how do I what, sir?
How do you express that unified goal? What would be the slogan? What, if you want to group people around a common goal, or group parties around a common goal, how would you express it? What is that common goal?
Yeah, super difficult question. That's also something that has to be worked on, right? I guess in this context, anti-imperialism, that's one, anti-colonialism, but then that's part of what I said, also the same understanding. Because like, some people think that imperialism is when a big country goes to war with another country. No, but I guess it depends on which definition you use, but I think since we're talking mostly with a Marxist context, at least the one that I use is Lenin's definition of imperialism. And yeah, so first, I guess, define your understanding, make sure you're all on the same page with certain topics, not ideologically, like you might disagree on things, but again, as Houria said, like we don't have time for these divisions right now. We can tackle those later. So yeah, I'm not sure I can define it, why I can't come up with a slogan now, because it's much deeper than a slogan. So that in itself takes a lot of work. So I guess education, learning, understanding, solidarity, and then you identify the common goal.
I think one thing is important that we have talked a lot about this urgency, and I understand the urgency, but it also reproduces the thinking of time as linear, not circular, and that is like more a decolonial thinking. And I mean, we cannot rush into something. We are going to burn ourselves out, and for what? We cannot use the same tactics that made us in this position in the first place. And I think that in relationship to BDS, I had a lot of conversations at schools, like with other parents where I live. Why are you buying Coca-Cola? Like you're telling them and like, oh, you know, this is that, and trying to like inform. But you know, to claim human rights and to talk about this, it requires that we are being seen as humans. And to do that, we have to humanize. Because what we have talked about today is that we have been dehumanized, and we have also internalized this, and we will see ourselves through that, stereotypes, through all these things that we should be deficient. We are less human. We are uncivilized. We are barbaric. We see ourselves in these terms without really noting. It's like when Fanon is talking about, you know, this one example that I think is really good from the Svart hud, vita masker, white skin, black. Yes, that he says that like one looks at the colonizer and tries to do the exact same thing, and the other looks and do the exact reverse. But both of them are still looking at the colonizer. You know, we have to reimagine. We have to practice our imagination. It's not this or that, and there's no other option. There's a third option, a fourth, and so on. And I think that the main goal is not to agree on a main goal. It's to see that we are diverse, and it's this plurality, yeah, and that we can like unite in that diversity. We have a lot of different sakfrågor,
main issues.
Main issues, yeah.
Main questions.
Yeah, and we can like, for example, when we were writing the demands for Folkets Röst, we had a lot of different groups from different kinds of organizations, from different movements, and they were, okay, what are the main issues that is important for you? And from that, we formulated 10 demands, and with like, and the thing is that we have to work in this way, I think, not to
reproduce the thinking that we have to have this ideal homogeneous, that should not be the goal, but the difference itself. It's that without the hierarchy, the difference, exchanging with one another.
Oh, it's okay, it's not paper everywhere.
You had a question here.
Yes, I was just reflecting about the inputs from Katya about the way in which community movements work. They start with particular demands at the local level within the community, and then they expand to integrating the whole life. And I think that since if maybe you say that it's very important with avant-garde, I think this is very important too. But if we are not thinking about the territorialization, the space in which we are living, in what way are we integrating this, is very difficult. So we can start a lot of movements, but if we do not conceive a kind of territorialization, a space, a particular place in which we are based, it's very difficult to build up something. So I'm working, for example, living in a collective house. A collective house is a very nice way of, this is part of the Swedish way of constructing housing and so on. And we need, of course, people to understand that it is important to share and we need an avant-garde. But everyone is living in this community, like in every community. And we have something, we have to take care of the house. So we start to look at what kind of maintenance, what kind of improvements, what kind of threats we have in relation to our tenancy and so on. So we build up something. And we, at the moment here, we can start a community. We can decide that we can start now and continue to keep in and doing things. But the problem is that sometimes we don't learn something from the common experience of humanity. For example, in Latin American struggles during the last 5 years, you have seen lots of struggles in Peru, in Ecuador, in Bolivia, in Colombia, and in Venezuela, how people are territorializing their struggles. They start at the local level. They gather together, starting to cooking something together, doing something to take over the place that being displaced or occupied by the colonial forces, the police, or the regular bureaucracy, and turn the use of these places for their own needs, the political needs. And this is what we need to do here. How are we going to go further?
I want to... Sorry. I don't need no, I don't think I need the mic, my hand is. I couldn't agree more. I didn't know how to say what I'm going to say. I was participating in a movement that succeeded in saving a big park in my neighborhood, Magistratsvägen in Lund, from the speculation. They were going to build in the park, okay? And we succeeded stopping this. Working months and months after the work, talking to everyone, a huge work. And people were, I invited everyone to eat lentil soup in my home, to write things, to print things, and so, and we succeeded. And then, atomization again. People hardly say hello to each other. After that, we have been working together 1 o'clock in the night, smoking 1 cigarette between 3, drinking the rest of my wine, and then we go out and we don't know each other anymore. This is Sweden.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the problem is that I'm happy because of one thing, Katya. Look, the thing is that the subject-to-subject relation is so necessary, and we don't know that in Sweden we are almost permanently sad and depressed. We are sad and depressed in this country because we don't have real human relations. Yes. Sorry, but that's the truth. I agree with you. We need a place where we must have this lentil soup. This place we must open up. We fill this with tables, and we cook lentil soup for everyone that wants to come. And we start something in a place, in a territory. That's why you get the food today. And dessert. And we are going to have dessert. Decolonial dessert. Sweet, full of calories. Yes, that's my proposal. I'll come here next week. I cook dessert.
Thank you.
I would like to tell about another experience of Sweden, actually, because that's very far from my own, living in orten in Sweden, because my neighbors and me, we live very like a community. I was going down for to wash clothes the other day, and my neighbor saw that I...
my Transvagen is orten.
Oh, okay. But I have also like a lot of experience in the ortenrörelse that we have organized since I was like 13 years old. It's very like that's the potential of our neighborhoods. That it's not like that. Maybe it is different because I'm young and I'm raised there, but it's like that was always the thing. The community. We were having second thoughts on moving to neighborhoods, white neighborhoods, even though we could have better like förutsättningar, conditions, because we would lose our community. I'm still, as a parent, I thought about that when my son is 5, he's going to school next year, and I was like, okay, what am I going to do? Am I going to put him in a white school so it's going to be better for him, so they can? But then I was like, no, because I was at one of those schools and worked as a vikarie, and they didn't even view me as a teacher. They were like, who are you to teach us Swedish? So I don't want that for my kid. I want our community, and that is very much real.
Here.
You should watch Pantrarna. Jag är fan panter, behandlas inte som djur. There was a movie recently, I think yesterday they put it from Angered. I don't exactly remember what it's called right now, but I could give you the link because there's like a lot of things. Community building, ortens bästa poet, you know, you have all this, like canon, yeah, but not just Gothenburg. You have Megafonen, you have Hassela from here in Malmö, you have a lot of... Yeah, there's a lot of examples, and I think that's a little bit reducing all the things that we actually have done these centuries.
Questions about...
Right. Yes. You were first. I saw you. Yes.
I genuinely want to know how your groups and I don't know, organizations, so what I'm supposed to call, how you practice decolonization. How that's a verb. How do you do structurally within your group so you do not reproduce colonial struggle structures? General question. If there's anyone working with that, actually.
I think, just as Katya said before, like this, there's a lot of challenges, and I think that we have to be ready for them. And we have had a lot of like discussions in Folkets Röst and about being vulnerable, and the fact that depending on one another is seen as a weakness. To change that within ourselves, to actually be okay with making mistakes. We have made a lot of mistakes, and there have been a lot of conflicts. and we haven't solved them by what's it called? Just by everybody agreeing, but actually learning from those conflicts and reflect and document and like, okay, what can we do next time? Can we develop principles from this? What can we take from this? So I think that we have to be aware of that we are continuously maintaining and reproducing racism, and as long as we are aware of that, we can criticize and granska ourselves, and then it's not personally, because then we know it's a part of producing the structure. It's not about our like incompetence or being bad or being good, because racism was not about the bad to the right, you know? So if we have this, we can practice it, because then there's no prestige in admitting that we actually have been doing something that would, ge näring till, you know, this trans language.
Can I just add something to that?
Yes.
One of the things is also that we are, as Black and Brown people, dehumanized, and it's important for us to be human. To be human, to know that we have these flaws, to know that we have the stress, to know that we are human and we are in a struggle, and we need to be human about the struggle, because we've been dehumanized for so long.
Can I just say, for the people watching at home, please use the microphone so they can hear too.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you want to add from the panel some thoughts? Or should I continue with another question?
Did you want to answer?
Yeah, please.
I guess in different ways. One, like trying to keep historical memory alive. So with some of the events we've had with Latinos for Palestine were about like drawing awareness about Plan Condom specifically. So this massive transnational plan that the US have to install right-wing military dictatorships all over Latin America. And as part of the presentations, we even had people who suffered directly from it. Like they lived through it, they were jailed, they were persecuted. And so trying to draw this, again, this connection to wider movements and keeping this historical memory alive, even if it's not even within our countries, but then maybe letting other people know of what happened and that these people are still alive. And a lot of them are here in Sweden precisely because of that. They came as refugees in the decades prior. I guess another thing is just to try to, it's really difficult, it's like almost impossible at this stage, but try to not participate in colonial extraction as much as we can, which, like I said, that's all damn near impossible. I think someone had mentioned the example of banana coffee. Like, how are you going to convince Swedish people to stop drinking coffee? I think the history of coffee is extremely a good example to illustrate colonialism. And again, in the case of Guatemala, Guatemala started out basically as a giant coffee plantation. And even if you have all these stores here in Malmö and Lund saying, we have fair trade Guatemalan coffee, no, that's just a half measure. And so yeah, I'm not saying like boycott all coffee, but it's really hard. And the more you can sort of remove yourself from this colonial chain of production and extraction, the better. And that's perfect for BDS. That's also what they do.
Yes. I'm just gonna add a small to this. I'm just gonna speak more about my experience within like the BDS context of it, as a Palestinian, specifically from Gaza or Gaza. I feel like the sorry, I don't know your name, but from Folkets Lust, the talk about dehumanization within our groups, it happens sadly even within the Palestine movement. We dehumanize Palestinians in different ways, or we fantasize them, which, to be honest, that's even worse. So, and it's a way for us, I don't know how to explain it, it's a way to make ourselves feel better that we're not fighting enough. We say, for example, what we keep hearing about the people in Gaza, that they're steadfast and they're standing strong. I'm not gonna lie to you, yeah, they did, but do they want to? That's the real question. Is that an excuse for you, like, it's fine? This constant dehumanization of Palestinians that we do without even noticing. Even when I speak with people, they do it to me without noticing. And for me, even I don't even realize it at this point. Until later on, I think about it. I was like, maybe that's not okay. I think these are the things lately I've been trying more to spread around me or talk to people around. And I think that is also from this savior complex that we have, that we also end up dehumanizing instead of, like, we do more damage than anything, because it goes back to the first question of conditional support instead of unconditional support. So if we focus more on that and actually listen to people, treat them equally, instead of saying they're steadfast, yeah, they're steadfast, they're amazing, do they have to? Fight the main issue instead of fantasizing and romanticizing, which, in all honesty, for all Palestinians in Gaza, they hate it. No one wants to be called that. No one wants to survive 2 years of genocide. Whether they were steadfast or not, you give props to them, but no one wants to hear those words. No one wants to hear them. Feel more with them and act on it instead of saying these words, because it's also romanticizing and dehumanizing, just the same as the other side oppresses us as well. So yeah, that's the thing. Houria.
Thank you. I just wanted to address your question about the goal. But what can be our goal, a common goal? As we are in a decolonial event, we could say abstractively that we want the end of the modern civilization here. We can say that, but we all know that it's totally utopian. That this is a horizon, but nothing else. If we are activists, if we are an avant-garde, we have to propose a real goal. And I think that here, concretely, all of us, if you agree on the end of this civilization, the first thing to do now, and I think that we can all agree with that, because of the emergency, because of the concrete situation, we can decide to stand against the war. We can decide to be against the war they are preparing. We can decide to be against the fact of building China, Russia, Iran as total enemies. We can decide not to follow the fact that we should be supportive of the West because they decided that this is the enemy, this is the enemy, and we are all preparing to do this war, and we are all prepared to send our children to the war. So we can all agree on this. This is the first step. Now, concretely, because of the emergency, I think there is an emergency, we have to agree on goals like this, like this one, there is no debate on that. We shouldn't debate on this question. We don't want to send our children to do the war against people who are not our enemies. They are fighting each other because they are capitalists, because they are in competition with each other. But it's not, my problem is I'm not in competition with Chinese. So this is the first thing to do if we want to be really internationalist, not to accept this war against Palestine, against China, against Iran, against Venezuela. This is the first thing to do. We can agree at least on that.
Thank you, Houria. We are on the brinks of war. We are on the brink of war, and one of the main questions actually is regarding our life, and the life of many other people around the world. So, I want once again, in what way can we? Because nothing again. I mean, I think communities are. I mean, it's a good project and it's necessary. But today, actually, with all the arms, all the weapons pointing to populations, around the world, especially with the experiment of Gaza, they are going to do the same with other places. How do we stop that? How do we act against that? Because it's going to be needed from us, as decolonials, as Marxists, yes, as people that try to do something. What do we do?
we have to, I think that we have to continue doing this type of community. For me, in my world, this is historical in the political context. Historical for me, the communist and feminist is a coalition. This is the first time in Sweden, and I'm very proud about these people, that people who I am impressed that we have Ramon, Katya, Houria in this place, and this panel. For me, it's a dream, because it's really now. That this is the first step. Maybe not the first, but we have to continue in this way. Community talk we don't need to think the same, but the enemy, because the enemy is the same. And we don't need to have a lot of political academic studies. The heart, the experience, the solidarity is necessary to this fight.
Both Katya and over there have their questions up, and then also Alexander. I don't know how you want me to.
No, please.
I'd love to answer that question.
Just as an experience that my comrade mentioned from BDS, Isolera Israel had a campaign. It was a very focused campaign. It's an anti-militarist campaign. So basically, like, what we did was that we chose a local arms company that we saw potential of making fall, because it's not Volvo, the biggest one. It's a little bit smaller than the biggest one. And we picked up the work that comrades in this city had done 10 years ago, and we continued that work. And our goal was very, very, very clear, because this was a focused campaign and it was a hands-on campaign. We were standing outside every day. We were contacting unions constantly. We were getting attention in media. We were doing research that was published. So basically, finding one perpetrator, focusing the hell out of them, screaming your lungs out that you won't stop until they do, and then continue.
Yeah, I want to share with you a quote of Enrique Dussel. And it says like this: "We struggle to reform political society in order to achieve a fairer economic system, so that we may have the means for people to eat, to be educated, and to develop. But what is the purpose of all this? Ultimately, it is to be together and to experience the happiness of being together, well-fed, developed, and fulfilled. Being together is the supreme good toward which everything we seek is directed." What do we call this? I will say it in Spanish. La fiesta. That is community celebration. Community celebration is the aim of history. A celebration of joy in justice, the full fulfillment of all human needs, every one of them. So being together, that's the most important thing. And that's the way also to build solidarity, international relations, and everything. But the first thing is to build our subjectivity as a community of life. So that's why I told you the community of life is the essence and is the utopia. And it is also the path to the utopia. And we have the opportunity to build it now. It is just in the present when we build big changes.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay.
Thank you. It was a while ago. Let me just get back to the thought. When we're talking about like building community and the difference of like how we have it with organizing as dehumanized bodies in Sweden. Yes, like I hear so much your experience. I haven't slept for a week because I'm exactly on the same decision. You know, it's a nightmare because I wonder as well, after being in Sweden since 2008, I've been trying to navigate the political organizing and I recognize every single organization you say about community building. And I never entered any of those. Maybe because of my ideology, I try to organize with those that are like geographically close to where I lived. So I end up just being organized in places that were in gentrification processes. And I wonder of your experience, for example, of organizing. Is there any of these places that has got over this? Like, is there any place is a safe space for us for organizing that's not just totally segregated? Because when we're talking about creating community spaces, like every time after time, I just see the dehumanization of activists of color in all different kinds of spaces. And I don't see the things changing. I just see like the discourse being more normalized. I just, you know, so if it wasn't like Grosfoguel article, the intersectional and migration and racism that restored like, okay, thank you for pointing me the path of understanding why this is happening, because I was sitting at home totally hopeless. You know, like when we're talking about like the urgency, this process has always been like this in Sweden and it will continue to be like this. So I'm totally with you. If we're talking about like what's the thing to be addressed, like it hurts the heart to see because it's everything I try to fight against. But unfortunately, the historical processes we observe is exactly like you described yourself. Like just like in the Yellow Vest movement, we had an emergency, economical emergency, a crisis, a dehumanization of the people in the zone of being that created the unity. Until it hits them, nothing's gonna happen. You know, so like, I don't know if we are or should be so afraid of the race of fascism, because if we're so normalized into the place of the zone of no being as racialized bodies, what's the way out if we don't have a place of speaking? So should we actually be so afraid of the fascism, or is that the thing that, the new thing that will be the common thing that's going to act? And this is, I'm talking about from a Swedish perspective, like from a Swedish political momentum. Does it make sense?
I can just add something. In France, the state is recruiting in the neighborhood to help for the war. It means that they are discriminating us everywhere, but now they want us to do the war.
Yes.
So, yes, there is an emergency for us, because they are going to recruit in our neighborhood and with money. They pay for that. And as we are suffering from unemployment, a lot of our children, teenagers, wants to integrate the army. This is what is going to happen now. And there are big campaigns in television to attract poor people. And who are the poor people in France? The colored people of color.
Can I just say something complimentary to this?
And the process is the same, you know, like it's all over in Europe. In Sweden is also the same, and it's not so known. I've been researching about like how the Frontex movement of like internalizing the policy of internal borders, the training of new Frontex agents inside the universities, and in Sweden, how police force and police employment and education to become a police has become an asset for economics in a society that doesn't see color. The statistic collected on who is actually becoming a police doesn't exist. But we see here like Sweden promising 2,000 agents to train Frontex. We see all the deportations happening. We see it's exactly the same movement, the same thing happening, but we don't even have the room to talk about this in Sweden. So it's very worrying. But I really would like...
So if I understand your question right, is that what happened with all those different spaces, and if there have been like rooms where it hasn't been totally segregated?
Separatists.
Okay. I can say that, as I said a little bit before, I think the crucial thing in relation to our movement, that is one of the suburbs of the Black and Browns, is that it has changing in names. But the people in those movements have been like återkommande. They have been back. Yeah. For example, myself, I've been in Pantherna. I've been in Hayat Kvinnor. I've been in the Right to Our Bodies for the hijab ban movement. And all the ones that were with me in the Panthers were also there. So we have been shifting our positions depending on what questions, these main questions that we had to address. And I think that what has it led to? I think actually we could say that we have alltså förflyttat positioner. We have moved positions. And that's not just us. I mean, I wrote my thesis and if Adrian and all those at the Antiracist Academy hadn't wrote that, I like this book with the terminology that I had to use, I wouldn't have anything to use. So I mean, we have moved forward in a lot of ways, especially in according to like the epistemological way, because we have this popular education that we really have investigated into race awareness. We have been able to talk about the colonial theory within our language in those neighborhoods. Like we used to say, Svenne, blatte import, for example, okay? The import is the one that's migrated. Blatte is the one that you were talking about, the middle one, that we said like, okay, we haven't migrated, but we are not white either, okay? So this is that third category, and the Swedish, the Svenne, okay? And when we talk about this at the youth center with 10-year-olds, they can tell us about a racial order. We just put this name on the whiteboard and we ask them to describe for us who they are. And after they have done that, it's this stereotypes. This is the wild one, and this is the a little bit more civilized one, and this is the ultimate, the ideal. And when you ask them then, okay, who would you hire? Everybody says the Swedish one. Even if they say, okay, but they're a little bit boring and they might not be so sharing. That's the negative, assumptions connected to them. But it's assumptions connected to power. Because they have something to not share, And when you talk about that from their experience, from their language practices, you can talk with them to make them understand, not for you to show what you can. Because the goal of teaching is never to show what you can. It's to first, you have to understand, okay, what are you understanding? And where can I begin to meet you? And I understand what you mean with that, the segregated groups and all that, but I think that we have to convince ourselves first. We have to realize that we are humans, that we can claim human rights before we go to white leftist parties and try to make a deal. Our own. And if we are not seeing our own organized, then we have to question that. Why? And what can we do? Can we not just with the questions, but how can we make it possible? Maybe we don't have the conditions. I mean, a lot of us have children. And nowadays you can't even go to the swimming hall if you have more than 2 children. So how can we make it possible for our community? Can we help? Can we make like this? Okay, somebody can we can cook together, so you don't have to rush home. How can we have to talk about how we can make it possible for our own people to organize, because we don't have the same opportunities. We don't have this free time. We can do whatever we want. We have this restricted, and we also have sanctions against us if we make some, you know, the things we said about solidarity, for example. You know, we are, why is the solidarity conditioned? Because it costs. In all these years, when I was studying to become a teacher, nobody told anyone at the lecture that they were agreeing with me. Only when we walked out of the room. And it didn't cost them anything to confront racism. They were, good job. Okay, why are you saying this now? And I think that this is the thing. We have to be ready to sacrifice. And I think that the thing with, you're also talking about the spirituality. The spirituality, we have already won when we regain our dignity, our human dignity. I am already free. I feel free. Because I had these thoughts about myself and people who looked like myself in my whole life until I was recruited by the Panthers in my neighborhood. It changed me. You know? And I think that this could be for the youth today too. I didn't do this. I didn't join Folkets Röst because I wanted a hobby. I think that we can make actual change. And I think that there also is, and I agree with Houria, there has to also be like this concrete, specific goals. Like for example, we have to reform the education, the definition of racism in Sweden. We have a colorblind society where you actually are racist if you talk about racism. You know, that's a big problem because then we can't address it. In the, you know, I don't know what's called in English, but it's like the steering document of the school, the värdegrund, yeah? You have like gender that is understood as a social construction, something that can limitate your possibility to, handle position, something that positions you with the discourse, and they have the capacity to understand this. But when they talk about racism, they talk about understanding. Fighting with knowledge, the same knowledge that created it. So I think that we have this base that's not yet set with the definition. We have to go with the elementary school and through all this way where we can reform and make the understanding of racism as something that has to do with power. It's meaningless. And it's not we are not the main ones who are going to do it. The young people. I think that they have this, when I'm in my neighborhood, I see so much, the frustration. And you don't know where to canalize this frustration. We have to think more like, I think, the Black Panther Party, like breakfast programs, education programs. As you know, you have to educate. Because it's not just about doing, but how can we unlearn and learn. But first we have to unlearn, and we have to know what we took for granted. And what is it's so fun because you said this is the objectivity. We all said Happy New Year. Happy what year? What year? According to who? I mean, everything is something you can question. And if we have to start there. We have to start there with decolonizing the mind, but I don't think that it has not to be like an intellectual that's separated from the movement. It's something that needs to be integrated, integrated, exactly. And to come from the experience, so it's also have meaning, because it's pointless if we are going to just theorize with like a 15-year-old, okay, but what's in it for me? I don't care. Okay, but you care about a youth center. You care about your school. You care about this face around you. You care about your family not being deported. So we have to put the movement where the heart beats. I don't know. This turned out in Persian in English, but it's okay.
When I first raised my hand, it was to answer the question you asked, but then it went away, it went back and forth. So, just one thing to add to the thing you were talking about before going to that is, we held something like a few months ago, like some event in Malmo, the Palestine movement, and the question was actually asked is, are we actually an anti-racist movement in the Palestine? But we actually realized we're not an anti-racist, we're a non-racist, which is a very big difference and a big problem, because non-racist is like, you just don't do it, but you don't fight it. And the fact that we realized that we're not even anti-racist so far into 2 years into it, and the reason we realized it is because the so-called ceasefire happened, and then people started going back their own ways. You know, these people work in their own areas. These people work in their own, like we lost people, obviously. It's, you know, the heightened genocide has died, but it's because we haven't fought the common cause. It's also because we were so scared to open the topic of racism. So we just pretended it didn't exist for a second, put it on the side, and like, nah, we're not racist, but racism will exist, who cares? And then continue with the common cause. And I think this is the main issue, is like we only see the short term, and we're reactionary, and we're not actually thinking long term. And this is also what bores a lot of people in movements and in groups. Going back to your question from earlier, is because when you want to deal with arms embargo, for example, a military embargo, is like there's three things that are very important, which is, first of all, find a target that is intersectional, find different groups with, you know, because with more people, there's power, right? Power comes with numbers, groups, unions. The bigger you are, the more you are, the scarier you are. That's how it is, that's how life works. And then, so intersectionality solves the issue for you. And the second thing is, which you mentioned at the end of your thing, is we do not educate enough in our movement, because we are always trying to fix our problem ourselves. We don't educate, and when we don't educate, the cause of Palestine becomes, let's get a ceasefire, and not actually let's free Palestine. It's not like decolonize Palestine. It's fight for the 8 years that are gone. We're just fighting to stop the killing on the screen so we can feel better and go home and sleep, because I don't want to see kids burned alive in front of me, which only tackles the current issue and not the main issue. So the main issue is with education, which we sadly didn't have much because we were reacting, going back to that, because obviously it's a genocide, 400 people dying per day, you're reactionary, I understand it, but also you have to be patient when working on things like that, especially a military and arms embargo. And that's why it works for Israel. That's why it worked with different campaigns. It took years. Some of them took 10 years. But you have to be patient, you have to educate, because we're limited on capacity, but educating gives us capacity and gives us the actual goal we want to reach, instead of actually just reaching the sub-goal and stopping there and resetting from zero and getting burnt out, getting new members, teaching them from zero. We have to constantly educate, and that's something we lack in all the movements, sadly. And the patience is, be patient, you know, they've been colonizing us for decades. You're not going to fix the issue in a day or two. The issue is long, it's a long fight, you have to be prepared for it. I know doing something in the moment feels good, but it's not always a good choice. So take your time, find your target, and stick with it, no matter what it is, because that's how success is given. It takes time. So that's my point about military embargo. Especially with military embargo, it takes a lot of time, but at the end of the day, it will be worth it, because in point, the example Zulera Nassim from Israel gave was one of the hardest actually to achieve, because there's something called dual use, which is the hardest to target as a target for military embargo. So, yeah, that's all I thought. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know how much time we have.
The only thing is, we do have a little bit of urgency, because the alarm will go off at 10, and we have to clean up everything before the alarm goes off. So, which otherwise I can't decide.
He's been raising his arm for very long.
Can I have one question just for the panel? Yeah. Is there any possibility to build a common front in Sweden?
Between you, maybe.
in between you and other organizations, I don't know, even parties that have started to be built and so on. What do you think? Yes, you want to say something?
Yeah, I want to answer the question.
Yeah, right. Please.
I should answer the question, yes. Well, the short answer is yes. But I think if we are to build a united front, we have to be clear with the expectations of the goal. I think that has been the main obstacle for the left in Sweden, has been that we haven't identified the goal. We all have different ideologies, and we all have different ways to enter. I don't know how to express it in English, but we all have different. But I think what we need to do to be united is to identify what we actually want to do. Because we have had meetings nationally not very long ago, parties left of the left party, and I think the main problems in those discussions were that we all wanted different things. So I think the main struggle in order to unite is to identify a goal, and that goal has to be specific, and it has to be something everyone can unite on. So,
what do you believe the goal?
Now we have here.
What do you believe the goal should be? What if you would? Sorry, I'm asking the same question to everyone. If I say to you, what should that goal be? What would you answer?
well, it depends on the context, but right now I think it should be, in Sweden, I think it should be to stop fascism and to stop militarization. Absolutely. And that is something that we all can stand behind, but I think many parties wanted to add more that others couldn't stand behind. And that's the problem, that everyone wants to add their specific thing, but the most important thing, if you ask me, is to find the common enemy, which is fascism and the militarization, and fight against that. Because that we all can, like Houria said, we have to identify the enemy and fight united against it. We can all have different analyses, but that is the common enemy.
I mean, the short answer is yes. We are building a united front. That's why you're here today. This is part of it. Parties and non-parties and individuals and organizations and communities, we are building a united front to stop this madness and create the community of life. Because that is what we have to recreate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Since we're here today, and somebody said also that this in itself, that we have the feminists and the communists, is a step forward. And I think that it's important to make this narrative clear that also Folkets Röst initiated this kind of coalitions through this demand, the list of demands. But this was, of course, brown and black people, so it's something that's going to be forget in the future. But I'm saying it on record now, so we can not forget, inshallah. And secondly, I think that you should all read this 10 demands, because we actually have formulated something that we could stand behind, everybody. And the things that they couldn't sign up for was the points that was about Islamophobia and racism. So I think that we have to consider that, and we are not an organization in that way, and we would like to invite you to organize with us. I mean, the Feminist has signed our list, and we have a lot of parties that have signed this list. So it is something. We don't need to invent the new thing. Go and check it out. If you have something, feedback, yeah, just make contact with us. we wanted to become a platform. You know, I contacted you also. I was like, this. So it's not like it's me or you or whatever. We have started this initiative to invite you all to do this with us in where you are, where you stand. So it is. Come.
Thank you. Well, shall I finish? What is the chief?
Don't go away.
Please, it's your word.
Please don't call me the chief. Before we all go and we start cleaning up and everything, we just want to give you, like, we have a very small gift to all of you, and to you, and to you, and to you, which is, I hid it over here earlier. We bought chocolate from Mama, but our appreciation for you coming and for you speaking and for all of us being here together is obviously much more than a chocolate bar. But this is just a token, and I hope that this is I'm incredibly happy with this day, and
Good job.
Thank you once again to Ramon, Houria, Katya, who are amazing, the panelists once again, Adrian, thank you. I'm gonna, Alexander and
I don't have any voice, but I want to say something. You know, when you come to this kind of things, there is a lot of jobs that you don't see. There are a lot of people doing things that you have, the fika, the coffee, they're not here, and they are not on the stage. But this wouldn't be done this way if those people wouldn't have done that. So, big applause for them.
Hugs. We'll see each other soon. Chocolate. No, it's you.